Today I'm going to start with quants. Okay, so two chapters we have already covered. One is TVM, another one is rates and return. So today we are going to start with third chapter. In totality, there are going to be 11 chapter. The best part is again, Institute has reduced syllabus significantly similar to economics in quants also. So majority of the stuff they have deleted or they have transferred to the prerequisite material. Okay, now please give a heading. Statistical measures of asset returns. Statistical measures of asset return. This is your reading number 3 in quants. Statistical measures of asset returns. Okay, now write concept number 1. Concept number 1. Now write what is average or arithmetic mean? What is average or arithmetic mean? Now write example. Just give me a second. Now write example. Virat scored following runs. Virat scored following runs. 10 run, 20 run, 30 runs, 40 runs, 50 runs. Virat scored 10 run, 20 run, 30 run, 40 run, 50 run. Calculate average. Calculate average. Now, what is the formula for average? Summation of x divided by n. Now, how much runs he has scored in totality? 10, 30, 60, 100, 150. He scored 150 runs. In how many matches? 5 matches. So, what is the average? So, his average is going to be 30 runs. Okay. His average is going to be 30 runs. Next, right? What is weighted average? What is weighted average? So before I proceed to weighted average, am I clear how I have calculated the average? It is summation of x whole divided by n. Shall I proceed? Okay. Now write example. Mr. A buy 2 stocks. Mr. A buy 2 stocks. Stock X and stock Y. Mr. A buy 2 stocks. Stock X, stock Y. Return on stock X is 10%. Return on stock X is 10%. Return on stock Y, 20%. Assume that 90% of his capital, assume that 90% of his capital, 90% of his capital he invested in stock X and 10% in stock Y. Calculate his return. Calculate his return. Calculate his return. So help me with the answer. Calculate his return. Calculate his return. Now, write the solution. What will be his return? So we assume that his total investment is 100 rupee. Total investment is 100 rupee. How much he will invest into X? So stock X investment will be 90 rupee. What will be investment into stock Y? 10 rupee. Now what is the return on 90 rupees? So return in percentage is 10, 20%. So what will be the return in rupee terms? Stock X, 9. Stock Y. So what is the total return in rupee terms on a capital of? So what is the answer? So his return is 11%. This is one way to calculate the answer. Now write alternative 2. Return is equal to weight of A or weight of X, return of X, weight of Y, return of Y. Now what is the weight of X? 90%, that is 0.9. And what is the return? 10%. What is the weight of Y? 10. What is the return? 20%. Please solve and verify. Am I getting 11%? Please solve and verify. Am I getting 11%? Please solve and verify. Am I getting 11%? Now this is known as weighted average. One is simple weights. Another way is by giving them some sort of weightage. Am I clear? Now write disadvantages of averages. Disadvantages of averages. Any disadvantage of average or arithmetic mean? Any disadvantage? Any disadvantage of averages? अच्छा, अब कई बच्चे बोलेंगे मैथमेटिक्स बैकग्राउंड से नहीं है तो ये क्लास 6 में पढ़ा था, तो आज घर जाके प्लीज क्लास 6 की बुक को एक बार रिवाइज करिएगा. एनी डिसएडवांटेज ऑफ एवरेजेस? राइट, it is impacted by outliers. What is the meaning of outliers? It is impacted by extreme values. Now write example. कहां पे रह गए? बताओ कहां पे रह गए? विराट has scored following runs. 30, 30, 30, 30, 200. 30, 30, 30, 30, 200. Now what will be average? What is the average? Now average is 64. Now my point is, it is impacted by which value? It is impacted by 200. Now this is known as outlier. So it is impacted by outliers. Now right, to overcome this problem, we calculate trim, mean, and Windsor mean. To overcome the problem, we calculate trim mean and Windsor mean. Now write example. Virat scored 1 run, 30 run, 40 run, 50 run, 100 runs. Virat scored 1 run, 30 run, 40 run, 50 run, 100 runs. Now what is the outlier? 1 and 100. Now trim. The meaning of trim is, we go to a saloon, we say na trim our hair. Trim ka matlab? Cut. The meaning of trim is cut. Now what I will do, now to calculate the average, I won't consider the minimum and the maximum value. That means to calculate averages, now I will consider only these 3 matches and I calculate the answer. So what will be my answer? 30 plus 40 plus 50 divided by 3. So help me, what is my trim mean? So my trim mean will be 40 runs. Now, what is the meaning of Windsor? The meaning of Windsor is replace. What is the meaning of Windsor? The meaning of Windsor is replace. Now help me, I want to replace 1. I should replace it with closest value. So I'm going to replace 1 with 30. I'm going to replace 100 with. Now calculate again. 30, 30, 40, 50, 50. Help me with revised answer. 30 plus 30 plus 40 plus 50 plus 50. That is 200 runs in 5 matches. Again, the answer will be 40 runs. Now, in this manner, we ignore the impact of outliers. One is trim. What is the meaning of trim? What is the meaning of trim? Cut. What is the meaning of Windsor? Replace. So I'm going to replace 1 with 30. I'm going to replace 100 with. In this manner, we try to ignore the impact of outliers. Am I clear? Am I clear? So what we have covered? We have covered simple average. We have covered arithmetic, weighted average. We have covered Windsor mean, and we have covered trim mean. Shall I proceed? Shall I proceed? Not right. Calculate mod. Calculate mod. Calculate mod. Virat, example, Virat has scored following runs. Virat has scored following runs. 10, 20, 30, 30, 50, 70, 90, 90, 90. What is mod? Now, mod is the value which has appeared majority of the times, which has the maximum frequency. Now, how many runs he has scored maximum number of times? 90 has scored 3 times, 71 times, 51 times, 32 times, 21 times, 10 one time. Now, which one is having the maximum frequency? Now, 90 has the maximum frequency. So, what will be the mod? So, my mod is equal to 90 runs. Any problem with mod? No, right? It is the only statistical unit which could be multiple. एवरेज हमेशा एक होगा, मीडियन भी हमेशा एक होता है, लेकिन मॉड क्या होते हैं? मॉड कुड बी मल्टीपल. फॉर एग्जांपल, he has scored 10, 20, 30, 30, 30, 50, 70, 90, 90, 90. Now how many mod? One will be 90 runs and one will be 30 runs. This is the problem with mod. Next, write median. Next, write median. Next, write median. Virat has scored following runs. Virat has scored following runs: 10, 12, 17, 25, 35. What is median? Median means mid value. Now my point is 17. Now, how many times he have scored more than 17? How many times he have scored less than 17? That means the mid value. What is the mid value? That is going to be 17. Now, right? Steps to calculate median. Steps to calculate median. Step number 1. Arrange the data set. Arrange the data set. Arrange the data set in ascending order. Ascending means smallest to largest. Arrange the data set in ascending order. Step number 2. To search for the number. To search for the number, we will use formula. We will use formula n plus 1 y upon 100. We will use the formula n plus 1 y upon 100. N means number of observation, number of matches. How many matches he has played? So write 5 plus 1. Y upon 100. Median. Median means mid. That means Y value will be 50. 50 upon 100. 6 multiply by 50 divide by 100. Which observation? Which observation? Third observation. Now write step number 3. Median means mid. So 50. आगे हम परसेंटाइल निकालेंगे, आगे और चीजें भी देखेंगे. So mid means mid value. So multiply by 0.5. 6 multiply by 0.5. Correct है? Now है मीडियन के केस में 50 होगा, भी और भी चीजें करेंगे. मीडियन के केस में हमेशा 50 होगा. ठीक है. नाउ सर्च फॉर थर्ड ऑब्जर्वेशन. Search for third observation in data set. Now help me, what is the third observation? So median is 70. Am I clear with this? Am I clear? Write one more example. 2, 19, 12, 1, 5, 9, 7. Calculate median. Calculate median. How many steps? 3. Step number 1, arrange the data set in ascending order. Now 1, 2, 5, 7, 9, 12, 19. Now if you think logically, what should be the answer? Answer should be 7. Below 7, how many values? Above 7, how many values? 3. Now step number 1, ascending order. What is the formula now? N plus multiply by y upon 100. So n is 7 plus 1 multiply by 0.5. Which observation? Now if I look into the fourth observation, that is going to be 7. Am I clear? Am I clear? Now my point is, right, meaning of interpolation. Meaning of interpolation. Meaning of interpolation. Meaning of interpolation. Second observation is 10 runs. Third observation is 15 runs. Second observation is 10 runs. Third observation is 15 runs. What will be 2.5th observation? What will be 2.5th observation? Okay. What will be 2.7th observation? What will be 2.7th observation? What will be 2.7th observation? चलिए, अब अगर मुझे 2.7 निकालना है, will it be between 10 and 15? So my starting point should be 10 runs plus minus plus. Now my point is, what is the difference? 5. This 5 difference belongs for how many observation change? 1. But I don't want to change, I don't want to find out for one observation. I want for, so multiply by 0.7 observation. Observation get cancelled. What will be the answer? 5 divided by 10 multiply by 0.7 plus 30. It is going to be 13.5 runs. Write one more example. Write one more example. Teacher's weight 0 month. Starting of the year. 70 kilos. Teacher weight by the end of 12th month. 94 kilos. What will be teacher's weight at the end of 10th month? What will be teacher's weight at the end of 10th month? Now again, my weight has to be between 70 to 94. So starting point, plus, minus. Now I have gained how much? 24 kilos. In how many months? 12 months. But I don't want to find out for 12. I want to find out for multiply by month get cancelled. Per month you have gained 2 kilo. In 10 months you will gain 20 kilo. What will be your final weight? This is going to be 90 kilos. Am I clear with interpolation? Am I clear with interpolation? Not right. Another example. 1, 2, 9. 1, 2, 9, 7 runs. So in the first match, he scored 1 run, second run, 2 runs, 9 runs, 7 runs. Calculate median. Calculate median. Calculate median. So first point is to arrange the data set in ascending order. 1, 2, 7, 9. Now n plus 1, 5, multiply by 0.5. That means 2.5th observation. This is my second observation. This is my third observation. So what will be my 2.5th observation? What will be my 2.5th observation? What will be my 2.5th observation? So my 2.5th observation will be, अब तो ये तो 2.5 है तो simple average भी कर सकते हैं, but I don't want to use the average, I want to use interpolation. So it will be 2 plus. As I move from second observation to third observation, value changes by 5 is for one observation. I want for how many observation? Observation get cancelled. What will be the final answer? That is going to be 4.5. So again, I want to repeat what we have covered. Number one, we learn how to calculate mean. Second, we learn how to calculate weighted average mean. Third, we covered how to calculate median. Fourth, we learn how to calculate mod. The problem with mod is there could be multiple mod. The problem with average is it could be impacted by outliers. To avoid the impact, what we did, we calculate trim mean and we calculated Windsor mean. In Windsor, we replace. In trim, we cut. I'm giving you 2 minutes. Any doubts, please let me know. Zoom students, am I clear till this point to all of you? I'm still waiting for more replies. Am I clear with this to all of you? Am I clear with the meaning of interpolation? Class, any disconnect, please let me know. Any disconnect? I have to increase the difficulty level. Any disconnects? अमन आपको आ गया सारा? नहीं नहीं, बस इस एग्जांपल में मैंने बनाया ऐसे कि सेम आ गया, ऐसा जरूरी नहीं है। मैं घर से याद करके आया था कि सेम ही लेके आऊंगा। ठीक है, चलिए चलिए। नाउ शैल आई प्रोसीड? नाउ राइट मीडियन। मीनिंग ऑफ मीडियन। मीनिंग ऑफ मीडियन। मीनिंग ऑफ मीडियन। Divide the data set in how many parts? Two parts. Divide the data set in two parts. So what will be the value of y? Value of y in step number 2? 0.5 or 50 upon 100. Correct? Now write median of meaning of quarter. Divide the data set into how many parts? So quarter means divide the data set into 4 parts. Now what will be the value of y? 0.25. Correct? What is the meaning of quintile? Divide the data set into 5 parts. 0.20. Then, what is the meaning of decile? Divide the data set into. So, what will be the value now? 0.10. ये वैल्यूज आ कैसे रही है? 1 डिवाइड बाय 4, 1 डिवाइड बाय 5, 1 डिवाइड बाय 10. Same wise, what is the meaning of percentile? Percentile means divide the data set into 100 parts. What will be the value of y? 0.0. Am I clear? Again, I want to repeat all these steps. Step number 1 will be to arrange the data set in ascending order. Step number 2 will be to use the formula n plus 1 y upon 100. It will tell you which observation it is. Step number 3 is to search for the observation in the data set. We will use the technique of interpolation. Then what will be the interpretation of this? Allow me some time. Okay, I'm going to write the interpretation also. Now what I want, you have to find out first quarter. First quarter. First quarter. This is the data set. This is the data set. Give it a try. Step number 1, arrange the data in ascending order. Step number 2, use the formula n plus 1 y upon 100. Step number 3, search for the observation in the data set. Give it a try. Now, let me start. So first is 4, then it is 5, 10, 13, 17, 19, 23. So this was my step number 1. How many observations I'm having? So this is step number 1. Step number 2, 7. 7 plus 1. Now which quartile you have to find out? First quartile. Multiply by 0.25. That is 8th multiply by 0.25. This will be second observation. Now step number 3, search for second observation in the data set. What is the second observation? 5. Now write the interpretation of this 5%. Interpretation is, in the given data set, in the given data set, in the given data set, the probability stock will give a return of 5% and less than 5%. Stock will give a return 5% or less than 5% equal to what is the probability? The probability is equal to 25%. This is the meaning, right? One more interpretation. 25% of the times it happened. 25% of the times it happened. Stock has given a return. Stock has given a return either 5% or less than 5%. Stock has given a return 5% or less than 5%. Correct? Now my question is, if question says that you need not to calculate first quartile, you need to calculate third quartile. Third quartile. तो आप क्या करते? 0.25 multiply by 3. Now let us assume that answer works out to be ऐसे मान लेते 6 आ रहा है, पता नहीं जो भी है, मैं कर नहीं रहा, 6 आ रहा है. अब आंसर कितना आ जाएगा? Sorry, आंसर आ जाएगा 19. Now what will be the interpretation of this? 75% of the times it happened that stock has given a return equal to or less than 90. This is the interpretation. Now my point is, in my case, it was first quartile. I'm going to multiply by 0.25. If it is third quartile, I'm going to multiply by 0.75. Am I clear with this? Am I clear with the interpretation also? Now, right, how to calculate risk? How to calculate risk? How to calculate risk? Number one, range. Number one, range. Now, right, Virat has scored following runs: 1, 40, 90, 100, 120. Virat has scored following runs: 1, 40, 90, 100, 120. Now, right, range means highest runs and lowest runs he has scored, difference between that. So what is the highest run? What is the lowest run? Now range is 1, 1, 90. Now think logically, this difference should be high or low? Now the another player is, let us assume Rohit Sharma. He scored 30 runs, 30 runs, 30 runs, 30 runs. Now what will be range? 0. Now that means Rohit is more stable player in comparison to Virat. So range should not be higher. Range should always be lower the range. That means more stable the player it is. Now right. Range should always be lower. Shall I proceed? Next, standard deviation. Next, standard deviation. Virat has played following matches. Virat has scored following runs: 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Calculate standard deviation. Now give it a try. I can help you with the formula. It is summation of x minus x bar whole square divided by n under root. Give it a try. I'm coming to the most important part of the lecture now. बोलो तो पहले तंग कर लो.
14.142.
जीरो कहाँ से हो सकता है? चलिए now अच्छा, before I proceed further, getting the answer, I think you have already done it in your lower standards, correct? In class 11 there is economics, in economics there is one statistics, that there you have calculated it. In class 7th also in mathematics you have calculated standard deviation. Am I correct on this part? Now the problem is how we use these concepts practically, we don't know it. And mark my words, only by using these two figures, mean and standard deviation, people are making good amount of money. Okay, so I'm going to prove that. So first, let's learn the calculation part. Now, how much ton Virat has scored? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Now, what is the mean of Virat? So, mean of Virat is 30 runs. Shall I proceed? Now, what is the meaning of standard deviation? Standard deviation means how much you are deviating from mean. Now, x minus x bar, x minus x bar. So, this will be minus 20, minus 10, 0, 10, 20. तो ये क्या बता देता है? It says that there is no volatility into Virat scores. This is incorrect. Now, what statistician did? They take the square and then they take the under root. So this method is incorrect. Now, what is the problem in this? I have not taken the square part. So now I'm going to take the square. This will be minus 20 ka square, minus 10 ka square, 0 ka square, 10 ka square, 20 ka square. How much it will be? 400, 100, 0, 100, 400. Now what will be the answer? 1,000. So this will be 1,000. Now I have taken a square. Now I have to take under root. Now what will be the formula? Standard deviation will be summation of x minus x bar whole divided by n. This will be 1,000 divided by 5 ka under root. This is going to be 200 ka under root. This will be 14.14 runs. Now this is the formula for population standard deviation. Now what is the meaning of population standard deviation? If I'm considering all the matches that Virat has played, but let us assume that I'm dealing with sample. When I'm dealing with the sample, there could be probability of errors. So हमने क्या कहा? We are going to divide by a lower number. If I divide by lower number, standard deviation will be a higher. Now right, formula for sample standard deviation. This is going to be summation of x minus x bar ka square divided by n minus 1. 1,000 divided by 4 ka under root. This is going to be 15.81 runs. 15.81 runs. Now right. Sample standard deviation will always be greater than population standard deviation. Now, why we are doing so? Since we are dealing with a sample, there could be probabilities of error. So what we did, instead of dividing by 5, we divided by 4. Now we are getting a higher number. Am I clear with the calculation first? Then I move to the interpretation. जब आपने विराट के पूरे मैचेस ही नहीं लिए, तो जो भी आप इंटरप्रिटेशन करोगे गलत हो सकती है. तो हमने कहा थोड़ा सा एरर और कर लेते हैं, थोड़ा नंबर हायर ले लेते हैं ऑन अ कंजर्वेटिव साइड. अभी हम कुछ इंटरप्रिटेशंस ड्रॉ करेंगे. Am I clear with this? Now write the interpretation. Interpretations are most important. Number 1. Virat average is 30 runs. Virat average is 30 runs. And he generally deviates from mean. He generally deviates from mean and that deviation is 14 runs. That deviation is 14 runs. This is the first interpretation. Any other interpretation you can draw out of it? Any other interpretation you can draw out of it? ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है? 14 के राउंड का डिफरेंस है, उनका मैच 50 रन्स भी थे, मींस डिफरेंस 20 रन्स का हो गया. What is the second interpretation? Any other interpretation? This is a very basic interpretation. What is the other interpretation you can draw out of it?
Next match he can score
चलिए
44 to
लिखेंगे second interpretation. Right, not in our syllabus. It is not in your syllabus, but write the second interpretation. Now we can prepare the range. Now we can prepare the range and assign the probability to that. Now we can prepare the range and assign the probability to that. Okay. Now let us assume that we are learning how to bet, and now I want to bet on Virat Kohli, that how much runs he will score in next match. So एक बच्चे ने कहा सर विराट will score in next match 30 runs. एक बच्चे ने ये कहा. The another student says that Virat will score 20 to 40 runs. और एक स्टूडेंट सी था विराट will score 10 to 50 runs. Which student has the higher probability to win the bet? Which student has the higher probability to win the bet? Now my point is, if Virat actually scored 30 runs, has A1, B, C, Virat scored 20 runs, has A1, B, C, Virat scored 10 runs, A1, B, C. Now my point is, which student has the higher probability of winning? Whether Virat scored 10, 20 or 30 runs. In all the three cases, C is winning it. That means higher the range, there will be higher probability or less probability? Higher probability. But जो भी बच्चा शर्त लगा रहा होगा, जो इतनी बड़ी रेंज बनाएगा, gains will be high or low? Gains will be low, but the probability of winning will be in your favor. ये correct है? Not right. Mean plus minus k standard deviation. Mean plus minus k standard deviation. Now I'm going to create a range. K will be how much I want to deviate. In first case, I want to deviate 2 standard deviation. So my mean is 30 plus minus 2 multiply by 14. That means one time add 28, one time subtract 28. What will be the range? 2 to 58. 2 to 58. Am I clear? मैंने कहा मैं 2 स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन डिवाइड करके रेंज बना रहा हूं. ठीक है. Now I want a new range. I want to deviate 3 standard deviation. What will be range? Assuming that Virat can score negative runs also. What will be the range? 3 multiply by 14, that is 42. 30 minus 42, 30 plus 42, minus 12, 272. अब ये 2 और 3 कहां से? ये मेरे नंबर्स हैं, आप भी कुछ भी ले सकते थे. Now my point is, which has the higher probability to win? A student which has created a range using value k equal to 2 or k equal to 3? 3. Now what will be the probability? Probability will be 1 minus 1 upon k square. 1 minus 1 upon k square. Now help me. Virat will score this run. What will be the probability? 1 minus 1 upon k square. 1 minus 1 upon 4 equal to how much? 75. And what will be the probability? Virat will score minus 12 to 72. 1 minus 1 upon. This will be 8 by 9. This will be equal to approximately 89%. That means what I'm trying to convey, from the mean, if you are deviating 2 standard deviation, what will be the probability? 75. From the mean, if you're deviating 3 standard deviation, what will be the probability? Your probability will be 89. Again, I want to repeat. From the mean, if you're deviating 2 standard deviation, what will be the probability? 75. From the mean, if you're deviating 3 standard deviation, what will be the probability? Your probability will be 89. Am I clear? Now, इसको कहते हैं Chebyshev's inequality. Now, please go through the highlighted part. Is it making sense? From the mean, if you're deviating 2 standard deviation, probability of winning is. And from the mean, if you're deviating 3 standard deviation, probability of winning is. Probability of winning is 89%. Now, write one more interpretation. Now, third interpretation, even more important. Now, what is the range that we have prepared? 2 to 58. What is the probability? 75. Correct? Now, if I prepare the timeline, 2 to 58, this is 75. That means what is the probability that we will lose? 25. On the left hand side, probability will be 12.5. On right hand side, it will be 12.5. In totality, it will be 100. Correct? अब बताइए, what is the probability Virat will score less than 58? 87.5. What is the probability that Virat will score more than 2 runs? 87.5. Now, same wise, again I want to repeat. What is the probability of 2 to 58? 75. That means what is the probability of losing? 25 in totality. I can lose here, I can lose here. What is the probability that Virat will score less than 2 runs? 12.5. What is the probability Virat will score more than 2 runs? 87.5. What is the probability Virat will score more than 58? What is the probability Virat will score less than 58? 87.5%. Now, I'm going to give you some figures. Now, right? HDFC Bank. Current level is 1532. 1532. Within bracket, it is also known as mean. Now, write one standard deviation. How much? 26.7. So what I want? Current level, that is the mean, is 1532.10. This is mean. What is standard deviation? 26.1. Sorry, 26.7. Now help me with the range. 3 standard deviation from the mean. Help me with the range. 3 standard deviation from the mean. What is the probability? Please verify the range. 1452 to 1612.2. Is it correct? What is the probability of winning? So 90 ले लेते हैं. Approximately 90 कर लेते हैं. Correct? Shall I proceed? Now help me. If I draw the timeline, this will be 90%. Left hand side, 5. Right hand side, correct है. अब हम क्या bet कर सकते हैं? Now what we can bet? We can simply bet that from the current level, which is 1532, HDFC can fall. From the current level, it can increase. Now, from the current level, it can fall. From the current level, it can increase. But it is not going to fall below 1452. आपके जीतने के चांसेस कितने हैं कि ये इसके नीचे नहीं जाता? आपके 95% चांसेस हैं कि आप जीत जाओगे. What is the probability of losing? Your probability is 5%. Now let me prove my point. Now the probability here are not the updated one. Okay, what is the correct probability? The correct probability of winning is 95. Here it is showing 89, but assume 89 ही correct है. Now what is the probability that you will win? 89. आप अपनी कैपिटल का कितना अर्न कर रहे हैं? 2.6% आप अपनी कैपिटल का अर्न करेंगे. This we are going to learn in derivatives. But the best point is this 2.6% that you are making, that is in 33 days. What is the probability of winning? The probability of winning is 89. Same wise, अब ध्यान से सोचना. Somebody wants to bet that it cannot fall below 1400. Below 1400. Even this student will have more probability or less probability to win in comparison to previous one. इस बच्चे की जीतने वो उस बच्चे ने शर्त लगाया एचडीएफसी गिर सकता है 1450 के नीचे नहीं जाता. This student has bet it can fall, but it is not going to fall to a level of 1400. इस बच्चे की जीतने के चांसेस ज्यादा हैं या कम है? ज्यादा है उस बच्चे के मुकाबले. इसका जो गेन होगा ज्यादा होगा या कम होगा? नाउ एक बच्चे ने कहा आई वांट टू बेट सर दिस मे बी क्वाइट रिस्की, let me play down 1400. Now help me, has your probability has increased, but correspondingly your return is less. Now my point is, in 33 days, you're going to make 1.8%. If I pro rata it, 1.8 divided by 33, multiply by 365, this is 20% with a probability of 94%. Now the drawback is we have learned how to calculate mean mathematically. We learn how to calculate standard deviation. The drawback is how to use that, we don't know it. So practically some option selling is there where we use these types of analysis. But am I clear? Like, I don't want to get into this. This we will cover in derivatives. I don't want to get into this. But is my timeline is clear to all of you? Again, I want to repeat. HDFC will be between 1452 to 1612. The probability is 90%. HDFC will fall below 1452. Probability that HDFC will be above 1452 will be. Probability that HDFC will be above 1612 will be. Probability that HDFC will be below 1612 will be 95. तो बच्चे ने कहा सर मैं एक और बेट ये भी खेल सकता हूँ कि that it is not going to be above 1600. Some 16 वो जो भी लेवल आ रहा है. Answer is yes. Now help me. What is the probability of winning? 93. How much you will make of your capital? In how many days? So इन concepts को आगे जाके use करना है, ठीक है? So before I proceed further, I'm giving you 2 minutes. Please revise. Am I clear? Like the probabilities and how to calculate it? उसके लिए K has to be greater than 1. Now you can take 1.01. So probability will be close to 50%. Any disconnect, please let me know. Zoom students, am I clear with this to all of you? किसी को आइडिया कितना था विराट का स्कोर मैच वाइज? टोटल 711 था. ये बना कैसे? ओके, चलिए यही देख लेते हैं. Now help me. He has scored 711 runs in 10 matches. Ideally, average should be 71.1. Why average is 101.57? Now in cricket, when we calculate the averages, the match where he was not out, that will not be considered as a match. For example, today he was playing, they were chasing some 100 runs. He scored that match and he remains not out. Now we are not going to calculate that match while calculating the average. तो अगर मुझे कहीं पे ये इंडिविजुअल वाइज स्कोर दिखाई दिया होता तो मैं आपको दिखा देता. अब मान के चलते हैं इन वन ऑफ द मैच ही रिमेन्स नॉट आउट. Now I won't divide by 10. I'm going to divide by, if in 2 matches he's remain not out, then I'm going to divide by 8. So in this particular manner, we calculate the averages for cricketers. Same wise, let me do for the bowlers also. Bowling start. of Jasprit Bumrah. Now, if I look into the stats, now help me what this average is signifying. What is the meaning of this average? Now, in cricket, how we calculate how much runs he conceded, that is 717. That means इसने इतने रन खाए हैं, कितनी विकेट्स ली हैं. Now this will be 717 not divided by the matches, divided by 38. अब कैलकुलेट करिए 717 divide by 38. Am I getting the same number? Am I getting the same number? Now what is the meaning? That means to get one wicket, how much runs he has conceded? That is going to be 18 runs. So for the bowlers, average to be lower. For the batsman, average to be higher. तो बॉलर्स की एवरेज हमेशा कम दिखनी चाहिए, बैट्समैन की एवरेज हमेशा ज्यादा होनी चाहिए. बैट्समैन का बताता है कि पर मैच कितने रन बना है, बॉलर का बताता है पर विकेट हाउ मेनी रन्स यू हैव कंसीडर्ड. Am I clear with this? Am I clear with this? Okay. चलिए. Now write how to calculate standard deviation in BA2 plus calculator. How to calculate standard deviation in BA2 plus calculator. Now, now press just just give me a second. Now press, you are writing, okay? Press second, press second, press 7. So what is written over 7? Data. So press 7, press second, press 7, then press second, then again press second, clear work. Clear work. This will clear the memory. Now, X01. How many runs Virat has scored in the first match? So 10. Enter, down arrow. 10, enter, down arrow. Y01, not required. Again, press down arrow. X02. How many runs he has scored in second match? 20. Enter, press 2 times down arrow. How much run he has scored in third match? 30. Enter, press 2 times down arrow. How many runs he scored in fourth match? 40. Enter, press 2 times down arrow. How much run he scored in the fifth match? 50. Enter. So point to be noted, need not to put anything into Y01, Y02, Y03. First step is second data, second clear work. Then you're going to give all the data to the calculator. Shall I proceed? Now press second. Now press second again. Now press 8. What is written over 8? Stat. Now LIN. LIN stands for when I'm dealing with 2 variables. But here I have only 1 variable, Virat. So keep on pressing the down arrow till the time you get 1V. Keep on pressing second enter, sorry, not down arrow. Keep on pressing second enter till the time you get 1V. Keep on pressing second enter till the time you got 1V. 1V stands for one variable. Now press down arrow. Now press down arrow. N equal to, that means he has played 5 matches. X bar, this is going to be mean. What is the mean of Virat? Then again down arrow. Sample standard deviation. This is sample. What is the sample standard deviation? 15.81. Again down arrow. Sigma. Sigma is for population. Population standard deviation is 14.14. So in this manner, your calculator can calculate it. But point to be noted, what always you have to do, second data, second clear work. This will clear the memory. Then you have to give inputs. When you press second stats, it should display 1V. If it is not, keep on pressing second enter, second enter. एक बार करके देखिए क्या आ रहा है. I'm giving 2 minutes. Please give it a try. Are you getting the answers?
सर एक बार कैलकुलेटर वाला वापस बता दीजिए प्लीज.
एक सेकंड बेटा. पेन कहाँ रख दिया? Press second data, second clear work. This will clear the memory. Now your calculator will display x01, 10, enter, down arrow, down arrow. x02, 20, enter, down arrow, down arrow. x03, 30, enter, down arrow, down arrow. x04, 40, down arrow, enter, down arrow, down arrow. x05, 50, enter. Now you have to stop. You have to press second start. It should display 1V. If it is not, keep on pressing second enter. Then what you have to press? Down arrow, you will get n equal to 5. Again down arrow, you will get x bar equal to 30. Again down arrow, you will get sample standard deviation equal to 15.8. Again down arrow, you will get sigma. Sigma means population standard deviation equal to 14.14. जो एस के साथ है वो सैंपल है, जो सिग्मा के साथ है वो पॉपुलेशन. Am I clear with this? Am I clear with this? I'm giving you 2-3 minutes. Please check it out. Am I clear with this? Am I clear with this to all of you? Sample, population. Shall I proceed? Not right. Shall I proceed? कर लीजिए, कर लीजिए.
जब डेटा एनालिसिस करते होंगे तो पॉपुलेशन और सैंपल डेविएशन को चेक करते होंगे कि उनमें कितना डेविएशन है.
नहीं, उसमें क्यों करते होंगे?
सर पॉपुलेशन से बहुत ज्यादा डिफरेंस आ रहे हैं.
अगर मैंने पॉपुलेशन निकाल ही लिया तो फिर मैं सैंपल यूज क्यों कर रहा हूँ?
बट अगर बाय चांस हमें कोई डेटा ऐसे करना है कि मान लो पुराने रन से विराट के तो हमें नए वाले कैलकुलेट करना है तो हम ऑब्वियसली सैंपल करेंगे पॉपुलेशन. या फिर हमें करना है कि सिर्फ वर्ल्ड कप के होने चाहिए, T20 के नहीं होने चाहिए, वो भी सैंपल ही बोला जाएगा.
हाँ, तो बट अब इसमें फिर मैं इसको पॉपुलेशन से थोड़ी कंपेयर करता रहूंगा. विराट की फॉर्म इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट में अलग थी, वर्ल्ड कप में अलग थी. दिव्या प्लीज अनम्यूट. Beta, after second start, you have to keep on pressing second enter till the time you got 1V. You have to press second start. Now you have to look whether it is 1V or not. If it is not, keep on pressing second enter. Then you have to press down arrow. Shall I proceed? Shall I proceed? Now write. Now write this question as it is. Now write this question as it is. Now write this question as it is. Now, what is the change here? Now, probabilities are given and you have to calculate standard deviation. So what will be the formula? So if probabilities were not there, we assume the probability to be equal. तो हम फॉर्मूला क्या यूज करते थे? x minus x bar square divide by n under root. Now what formula we will use? P multiply by x minus x bar whole square. So I've given you a hint. Please help me with the answer. चलो मैं करा देता हूँ, नहीं होगा पहला वाला, लिखेंगे। मैं आपके शक्ल से समझ गया, 5 मिनट क्या माबेन कर दोगे? ठीक है, मुझे भी आप पे भरोसा है। चलिए लिखेंगे x. What are the coal prices? 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. Then what are the probabilities? 8%, 15, 12. Okay, now first we have to calculate what is the mean. Now mean कैसे निकालेंगे? Now to calculate the mean, summation of x multiplied by p. 40 multiplied by 8, 3.2. 50 multiplied by 15%, 7.5. 60 multiplied by 40%, 70 multiplied by 25%, 80 multiplied by 0.12. Take the summation. Help me with the answer. Take the summation. Help me with the answer. कितना लो? 61.8. Shall I proceed? Now write summation of p into x minus x bar whole square. That is what I want. I want 0.08 multiply by 40 minus 61.8 का whole square. 40 minus 61.8 का whole square multiply by 0.08. This will be 38.0192. Then next it will be 0.015 50 minus 61.8 का whole square. Multiply by
Sir,
0.5.
won't we divide 61.8 by number of terms, sir?
क्यों करेंगे जब already you have multiplied by probability? We
Okay, sir.
divide by n. We assume the probability to be equal. 1 by n means probability of each item is 0.2. अरे देवा, हम क्या करते थे? समेशन ऑफ x डिवाइड बाय n. n का मतलब क्या है? सबकी प्रोबेबिलिटी क्या है? इसी को एक और तरीके से कैसे लिख सकते हैं? x मल्टीप्लाई बाय p. 1. अगर 5 ऑब्जर्वेशन है और प्रोबेबिलिटी नहीं गिवन है, तो हर एक की प्रोबेबिलिटी कितनी हुई? 1/5 बोले तो 0.2, तो सबको 0.2 मल्टीप्लाई करके भी ऐड करते तो भी सेम नंबर आ जाता। ठीक है ना? अब पता नहीं मैं
Yes,
सही,
sir.
इसमें डिवाइड बाय 5 नहीं होगा। इज इट क्लियर? एक मिनट, एक मिनट, पहले यही क्लियर कर लेते हैं। रुक जाओ रुक जाओ रुक जाओ रुक जाओ, दर्द है, बहुत सारे दर्द है। लिखेंगे लिखेंगे, एक और एग्जाम्पल लिखेंगे। तो इस पे आ गए हैं 10, 20, 30, 40, 50। What was the average in this? 30. Probability was given or not given? If we have to calculate probability, what will be the probability? 0.2. So लिख दो यहाँ पे 0.2, 0.2। अब कर दीजिए x मल्टीप्लाई बाय p का समीशन। 2, 4, 6, are we getting 30? या तो p से मल्टीप्लाई कर दो या डिवाइड बाय। तो बच्चे ने कहा सर आप हर जगह सेम नंबर से कर रहे हो, सो लेट मी टेक 0.2 कॉमन। टेकिंग 0.2 कॉमन इज नथिंग बट डिवाइडिंग बाय 1 बाय। क्लियर है? चलिए नाउ मैं जितना सोचता हूँ ये तो आता होगा। इसका आंसर दीजिए 20.886। व्हाट विल बी द नेक्स्ट आंसर? वेट कर रहे हैं साले, पैसे तूने लिए मोटे। करे हम, मैं ही करता हूँ बेटा। रुको पहले मैं लिख लूं, करना मैं नहीं है। और कुछ बच्चे कह रहे हैं अभी साला फिर कैलकुलेटर पे भी कर देगा, टाइम पास करता है। 60, अच्छा 1.296, 16.81, 39.7488। हेल्प मी विद द समेशन। कितना? 458 प्लीज कंप्लीट दिस। Shall I proceed? Shall I proceed? Now, what will be the formula? Now, formula will be standard deviation is equal to under root of summation of p multiplied by x minus x bar whole square. That means under root of 458.924. This is going to be this is going to be 21.4. 458 तो नहीं हो सकता। 100 and this will be 116.76. I have to take the under root. 10.80. Am I clear? Am I clear with this? Now point is, can we calculate this directly on the calculator? Answer is yes. Now what change will be there? Allow me some time. First, manually, have you understood? So whenever probability will be given, we won't divide by n, we will multiply by p. This is the only change. Okay. Now before I jump how to calculate manually, calculator, write the summary. Write the summary. Formula for mean. One formula is summation of x divided by n. This will be used when probability is equal. What will be alternative formula? Summation of x multiplied by p. या सिंपल xp लिख लीजिए, मेरे दोनों वो सेम सेम दिखते हैं, xp. Then what is the formula for standard deviation? This is under root of x minus x bar का square whole divided by n. Alternatively, it is p into x minus x bar whole square. Am I clear with this? Now, how to calculate this on calculator? So, important. Now, in the calculator, when you give the inputs, second data, second clear work, first step. This will be your x. This will be your y. But point to be noted, one common mistake among students is they will give y as 0.08. This is incorrect. Y01 will be 8. Y02 will be 15. Y03 will be 40. Y04 will be 25. Y05 will be 12. This is first mistake. Second mistake is now they say they are two variable. Again, it is incorrect. They are not two variable. They are still, it is one variable. So your calculator should display 1. Again, I want to repeat. Second data, second clear work. Second data, second clear work. Put all the values of x in x01, x02, x03. But now y is given. Y01 will be 8, 15, 40. Give it a try. Second data, second clear work. What was the first value? 1/4. 40. What is the probability? Next.
50.
What is the probability? सही लिखा? Then third. Probability. Next.
70.
What is the probability? Next.
80.
What is the probability? Now press second start. It should display 1V. N should always be 100. What is the meaning of 100? The summation of probabilities. If you are not getting 100, that means some input error is there. Now press down arrow. Am I getting the same mean? 61.8. Again press 2 times down arrow. Am I getting the same population standard deviation? That is 10.8. So all this is not required. Simply you can do this on your BA2 plus calculator. Only point is, need not to give probabilities in percentages. You have to give as an absolute number. And still we are dealing with one variable. Okay, now right. When solving in the calculator, probabilities to be given in Y column. Always ignoring the percentage sign. For example, if probability is 8%, then input given to the calculator will not be 0.08. It will be 8. Always check summation of n to be equal to always check summation of n to be equal to 100. And in this also, we are dealing with, one variable. And in this also, we are dealing with one variable. Shall I proceed? Now, please solve this one. Now, I'm going to help you with the error that you are going to make. Error is you will make this as x. This will be incorrect. This should not be on x, this should be on. So what input you will give? 70, 40, 25. What will be y? It will not be 0.05, it will be next one. 70. Next one. Give it a try. Help me with the answer.
9.8. 9.8.
Answer is. Shall I proceed? Now write mean absolute difference. Mean absolute difference. Now it is exactly similar to standard deviation, but now we won't take the square and take the under root. What we will take? We will take mod values. Now let me solve this. Now write example. Virat has scored following runs. Virat has scored following runs. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. What will be average of Virat? Now what you have to do for calculation of MAT? X minus X bar. But now you have to take mod values. Meaning of mod values, you have to ignore the negative sign. 10 minus 30 is minus 20. Ignore the negative sign. What should be the answer? 20, 10, 0, 10, 20. What will be the answer? Now, what is the formula for MAT? For MAT, the formula is summation of x minus x bar divided by n. 60 divided by 5. This is going to be 12 runs. आ रही है? Now please, all of you getting 12 runs? Now, that means we calculate mean absolute difference. रिस्क कैलकुलेट करने का एक और तरीका है. इसका भी इंटरप्रिटेशन क्या है? इसका भी इंटरप्रिटेशन यही है कि अगर हमें रेंज बनानी है, so if we deviate 3 standard deviation, what will be probability? 89. Now right, we can calculate risk in 3 manners. We can calculate risk in 3 manners. Number 1, range. Second, MAD. Third, standard deviation. और सबसे अच्छी प्रॉपर्टीज किसकी है? That is of standard deviation. So first we used to calculate range, then we used to calculate MAD, and finally statisticians discovered standard deviation. Now right, using standard deviation, we can create range and assign probability to that range. ये सबसे बड़ा बेनिफिट स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन के साथ है, which is not there with other two, that is range and MAT. But yes, all of them are saying the risk, and lower the risk, better it is. Prima facie, we don't calculate range, we don't calculate MAT. What we calculate oftenly, that is going to be standard deviation. Am I clear with this? Now, please solve this one. You have to calculate range, you have to calculate MAT. You have to calculate range, you have to calculate MAT. Range will be 15 minus 1, that is 14%, correct? Now calculate MAT. For MAT, first you have to calculate mean. This will be 4%, 1%, 8%, 10, free, 15. So what will be average? 13 point. Please verify the answer. मुझे गलत लग रहा है. 6.83. Now mod x minus x bar. Calculate all of them. What will be your MAT? Summation of x minus x bar mod whole divided by n. So you have to divide by 6. Help me with summation. Two 2.83, 5.83, 1.17, 2.17, 3.83, 8.17. What is the summation?
24.
So this is going to be 24 divided by 6. That is going to be. But as it is, answer तो आना नहीं. कौन सा? तो ये 25 हो जाएगा. 25 divided by 4. Sorry, 25 divided by 6. 4.16. स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन और मैट काफी आसपास आएंगे, बट आंसर विल डिविएट. स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन इज अ बेटर रिस्क मैट्रिक्स. क्लियर है? चलिए, आई एम गिविंग 2 minutes, प्लीज रिवाइज. Any disconnect, please let me know. Difficulty has to increase gradually. We have to do linear regression, we have to do hypothesis. All of them are based upon these statistical terms. If you're not comfortable, please let me know. I'm giving you 5 minutes. Please revise in totality. हाँ, लिख लीजिए, एक नोट लिख लीजिए. मैट कैन नॉट बी कैलकुलेटेड विद द हेल्प ऑफ कैलकुलेटर. चलिए आंसर क्वेश्चन नंबर 1. आंसर क्वेश्चन नंबर 1. Answer question number 1. And Windsor, what will be denominator? 100. Because we replace. In trim we cut. So what will be denominator? 98. So what should be the answer? Answer is A. Now, question specifically says in question number 2, sample standard deviation. Even what sample is not given, then you also have to calculate sample standard deviation. If question is silent, help me with question number 2. Even what sample is not given, then also we are going to calculate sample standard deviation. Help me with question number 2. Help me with question number 2. One answer is 6.97. जो ऑप्शंस में नहीं है वही आंसर है तो गलत है. एक हीरे का आंसर था 6.97. सो उसको लगा श्वेजर गलत है. कभी आपको लगे आप में और श्वेजर में कोई गलत है? कौन गलत है? आप गलत है. पता लगे श्वेजर को ईमेल लिख दिया, बच्चे ने डिलीट कर दिया आंसर ही. What should be the answer? All of you getting this? कई हीरे बच्चे मेरी तरफ ही देख रहे हैं. आपने करा येलो बेटा? हमने करा. क्यों नहीं करा? आप खाली देखे जा रहे हो. कैसे होगा बेटा? आप वेट करो, मैं सॉल्व करूं जो आपने पैसे दिए. ये आ रहा है सबका? All of you getting this? Okay. Now write how to calculate. How to calculate? This we have not covered. How to calculate target downside deviation. So first we will learn the method, then I jump to the interpretation part. How to calculate target downside deviation. Shall I start? Now write the example. What is the value of X? 22%. So take 22, 5, minus 7, 11, 2, 11. Please help me with the mean. (22 plus 5 minus 7 7.33. ठीक है. Now my point is, what is given? How much I want to earn? 11%. Now write summation of x minus x bar करते थे ना. But here we won't do x bar. Here we'll take x minus target का square. Okay. Here we will take x minus target का square. क्यों कर रहे? Allow me some time. Now first is 22. 22. My target is 11. 22 minus 11. 11 का square. 5 minus 11 minus 6 का square. Then minus 7 minus 11. How much? Minus 18 का square. नहीं, एक मिनट. Then it will be 0 का square. Then it will be minus 9 का square, then it will be 0 का square. Please check this number first. Is it correct? I don't want the absolute numbers. I don't want 6 ka square, 11 ka square. Is it correct? Now ignore the ones where you're getting positive return. Ignore the ones where you're getting positive return. That means here our focus will always be on the negative values. Now take the square. 36, 324, 81. Help me with summation. 441. Now write the formula. Target downside deviation is equal to 441 divided by n minus 1 under root. Now 441. How much year data you have? You have data for 6 years divided by 6 minus 1 under root. 9.39. Please first calculate, then I'm going to help you with the interpretation.
Conditional sample is the screen number भी 9.
Now write the interpretation. Now write the interpretation. Investor wants to earn 11%. Investor wants to earn 11%. There could be possibility that there may be possibility that investor may not be able to earn the target return. There may be shortfall. And that shortfall could be of 9.39%. तो कहने का मतलब क्या है? आप 11% कमाना चाहते हो, जरूरी नहीं है कि आप 11 कमा लेंगे, हो सकता है 9% का शॉर्टफॉल हो, तो असली में आप कितने ही कमा पाएंगे? आप सिर्फ 2% कमा पाएंगे. So we are focusing on negative return. What are the points to be noted? Again, here focus will always be on downside. Formula will remain same, divide by n minus 1 under root. And another point to be noted that we don't subtract from mean, we subtract from target. Let's practice one more. What will be the answer to this? Answer is A. Now write example 30, 12, 25, 20, 23. Write as it is. 30, 12, 25, 20, 23. 30, 12, 25, 20, 23. Target is 24. Calculate target downside deviation. Target is 24. Answer will be 6.34. Now, again, let me verify. Is it more than 30? Is it more than 24? Is it more than 24? Ignore it. Is it more than 24? No. तो इस पे लाएंगे. Is it more than 24? Ignore it. तो बाकी 3 के आपको ले लेने हैं. Now my target is 24. 12 minus 24 का square 144. 20 minus 24 minus 4 का square 16. 23 minus 24 minus 1 का square. What will be summation? 161 divided by n minus 1 under root divided by 4 under root. What will be the answer? Now my point is I want to 124. There could be shortfall of 6.34%. एक बार verify करेंगे. Are we getting the same answer? Please verify. Are we getting the same answer? ठीक है. Now write one more one. Write box and whisker plot. Box and whisker plot. नहीं होता. Box and whisker plot. Now this will be in the data set largest value. This will be in the data set smallest value. For example, Virat highest run in a match is 100 runs. Smallest run is 20 runs. With the help of this, you can calculate one risk. Which risk you can calculate? Range. Range is 80. Now plot the box. This will be third quartile. This will be first quartile. Assume that third quartile is 80 runs, yeah, 72 runs, and this is 25 runs, or this is 30 runs. Now what I can say, 25% of the times it happened that Virat has scored 30 or less than 30. 75% of the times it happened that Virat has scored 72 runs or less than that. Now write interquartile range. Interquartile range. This is 72 minus 30. This is equal to 32 runs. Sorry, this is equal to 42 runs. इसका मतलब क्या है? 50% of the times probability is Virat will score how many runs? Virat will score less than 42 runs. Again, 50% is the probability that Virat will score less than 42 runs. और यहाँ पे लिखेंगे this will be your median. हाई प्रोबेबिलिटी है वो मीडियन के ही इक्वल होगा, बट हमेशा जरूरी नहीं है हाई प्रोबेबिलिटी. Shall I proceed now? Now let me do one question on this. इसमें नहीं है, let me check the previous one. चलिए आंसर करिए क्वेश्चन नंबर 44. व्हाट इज मीडियन? 100.49. What is interquartile range? What is interquartile range? That is going to be 34.16. Answer will be 44, it will be B, 45 it will be C. इस पूरे ग्राफ को क्या बोलते हैं? Box and whisker plot. Now, if I proceed further, चलिए एक बार वेरीफाई करते हैं. What is the answer for A? Question number 1. A. Question number 2. A. Question number 3. चलिए rest we have not covered yet. This much we have covered. तो यहाँ पे मैं रुक जाता हूँ. So time is right. Coefficient of variation. Right. Coefficient of variation. Formula is sample standard deviation. Sample standard deviation divided by mean. Sample standard deviation divided by mean. Now, let us assume that Virat mean is 30 runs. Rohit mean is 30 runs. Standard deviation of Virat is 10. Rohit is 15. Which player you will choose? Which player you will choose? Now you are going to choose Virat. Now what I will do, I am going to calculate one ratio, coefficient of variation, that is sample standard deviation, important sample likha hai, sample standard deviation divided by mean. For Virat, this ratio will be 10 divided by 30. For Rohit, this ratio will be 15 divided by 30. Now this will be 0.33. This will be 0.2. Now my point is higher the better, lower the better. मैंने गलत करे थे. 15 ये 0.5 होगा, sorry. This will not be 0.2, this will be 0.5. Higher the better, lower the better. तो बच्चे ने कहा which player I will choose? I am going to choose Virat. Now write the interpretation. What is the interpretation? Interpretation is risk per unit of data. Again, lower the better. Lower the better. Now, in case of Virat, if Virat is scoring 1 run, what is the standard deviation? For Rohit, again for 1 run, what is the standard deviation? Which one is better? That is going to be lower the better. Now, I'm moving to the important part, that is covariance correlation. Now, right, calculate covariance and correlation. Calculate covariance and correlation. Now, there will be 2 variables. Now, right, one player is Virat. He scored 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 runs. Then there's one player, that is Rohit. He scored 50, 40, 30, 20, 10. Clear? Now help me. What is the mean of Virat? Mean of Rohit? Standard deviation of Virat and Rohit? 14.14, 14.14. Shall I proceed? Then there is one more pair, that is Babar and Rizwan. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Their means will be 30, 30, standard deviation 14.14, 14.14. Now my point is, you have to choose one pair. This is pair 1, this is pair 2. The best point is in pair 1, there are 2 players with a mean of 30 runs, standard deviation 14 runs. In pair 2 also, the mean of player is 30 runs, standard deviation is 14 runs. Which pair you will choose and why? Which pair you will choose and why? तो बच्चे ने कहा sir, if I take total 60, 60, 60, 60, 60, what will be the average of this pair? Standard deviation. Standard deviation 0. You're not deviating from mean at all. What will be standard deviation? 0. But here what will be the answer? 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. Now as a pair, is it more volatile? As a pair, is it more volatile? Answer is yes. Now my point is, if we need 59 runs to win, or if we need, if the opponent has scored 59 runs, तो pair 1 कितने मैच जीत जाएगा और pair 2 कितने जीतेगा? 3. That means what I want a balanced team. Now that means how we know that what is balance? Now we are going to calculate correlation. The range of correlation is +1 to -1. Lower the correlation, more will be the benefit. So what is the interpretation? Allow me some time. First we will learn how to calculate, then we will learn what is the interpretation. Correct? Now right. Calculate correlation of Virat and Rohit. Calculate correlation of Virat and Rohit. Correct? Now right. What is the formula? Summation V minus V bar R minus R bar. V minus V bar R minus R bar. Now first is 30. 10 minus 30, 20 minus 30, 30 minus 30, 40 minus 30, 50 minus 30. This is for Virat. Now for Rohit, how much he scored in the first match? 50 minus 30, 40 minus 30, 30 minus 30, 20 minus 30, 10 minus 30. Now help me, what will be the first answer? Minus 20 multiply by 20. Minus 400. Minus 10 multiply by 10. 0 multiply by 0. For 10 multiply by minus 10. 20 multiply by minus 20. Now summation is going to be, please solve to this point. What is Virat's score? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. What was the score of Rohit? 50, 40, 30, 20, 10. Shall I proceed? Shall I proceed? Not right. Covariance between Virat and Rohit. Summation of V minus V bar R minus R bar. This is equal to minus 1000. Now correlation. Correlation between Virat and Rohit is equal to covariance between Virat and Rohit divided by standard deviation of Virat divided by standard deviation of Rohit. Minus 1000 divide by 14.14 divide by 14.14. Sorry, यहाँ पे एक गलती होगी. Sorry. This will be divided by n minus 200. Sorry. Minus 200 Divide by 14.14. Divide by 14.14. Now help me. कितना आ रहा है? It will be close to -1. एक बार चेक कर लीजिए. एक बार चेक कर लीजिए. Are you getting the answer? Now, shall I move to the interpretation part? Again, I want to repeat. How much covariance we are getting? How much covariance we are getting? -200. How much correlation we are getting? Now write covariance. Meaning of covariance. Meaning of covariance. Shall I start? Now write formula to calculate covariance is summation of V minus V bar R minus R bar whole divided by N. Number two, range of covariance. Range of covariance is -infinity to +infinity. Third, magnitude of covariance does not signify anything. Magnitude of covariance does not signify anything. Fourth, only importance is of sign. Only importance is of sign. If sign is negative, it signifies if Virat scored above mean in a match. If Virat scored above its mean in a match, in the same match, Rohit scored below its mean and vice versa. Shall I proceed? If covariance is positive, it signifies if Virat scored above its mean, then Rohit also scored. Above its mean. And vice versa. So what I'm trying to convey here? Now help me. Mean is 30. In the first match, Virat scored above mean, below mean. Second match, third match, fourth, fifth. Now let me talk about Rohit. First match, second match, third, fourth, fifth. Now my point is, in match 1, Virat scored less, Rohit scored more. In last match, Virat scored more, Rohit scored less. What is going to be the sign of covariance? Positive, negative? Now the sign is going to be negative. Same wise, if I calculate for Babar and Rizwan, below mean, equal to mean, above mean, above mean. Below mean, equal to mean, above mean, above mean. What is going to be the sign? The sign is going to be positive. Now write the fifth point, next point. It does not signify cause effect relationship. It does not signify cause effect relationship. What is the meaning? The meaning is that in a match, in the same match where Virat has scored 10, Rohit has scored 50. Rohit has scored 50 because Virat has scored 10. It is not the reason. Again, क्या कहने इसका मतलब क्या इस लाइन का? Now, in the first match, Virat get out at 10. Rohit scored 50. Caused effect means Rohit has scored 50 because of Virat Kohli. Is it the reason? Answer is no. It is not a cause-effect relationship. Same wise, in a match where Virat scored 50, the moment Rohit see that it is getting out at 50, let me get out at 10. Is it the reason? Answer is no. It is not a cause-effect relationship. Cause-effect relationship means because of Virat, Rohit is not scoring this run. These are random numbers, random matches, and these are the scores. What is the relationship between one and another? Am I clear with this? Now write correlation. Correlation. Strength of relationship. Strength of relationship. Strength of relationship is calculated with the help of correlation. Strength of relationship is calculated with the help of correlation. Point number 2. Range of correlation. Correlation को R भी कहते हैं. Is -1 to +1. Third, if it is close to 0, then no relationship between two variables. If close to +1, if close to +1, strong positive relation, and if close to -1, strong negative relationship. Now help me, when choosing a team, they should have a correlation of +1 or -1 or 0. They should have a correlation of -1. That is why we say that in a match of cricket, we need 5 batsmen, we need 5 bowlers and 1 wicket keeper. It has to be a balanced team. Sare batsmen le loge, they have a very good correlation, but that team is useless. If you take all the bowlers, they're going to perform well in the bowling department. They're not going to perform well in the batting department. That team is useless. Again, I'm saying, out of the Babar, Rizwan and Virat and Rohit, which pair you will choose? Now you are going to say that I'm going to choose Virat and Rohit because the correlation between this pair is -1, whereas between Babar and Rizwan, correlation is +1. We need somebody, for example, if Babar getting out at 10, we need somebody to take the innings forward. But here, both of them are getting out at 10 and 10. Same wise, in one match where he's scoring, the other players are also scoring the same amount of run. This is not a good pair. What is a good pair? That is Rizwan and that is Virat and Rohit. Same wise, we say that if you have 100 rupees to invest, need not to invest entire money into equity. It has to be a balanced portfolio. We say that some portion it should be in the equity market, some portion should be in debt market. Now we have already studied economics. When the rate of interest increases, what happened to the equity market? It starts falling badly. तो थोड़ा सा पैसा FD में लगा दीजिएगा, थोड़ा सा पैसा इक्विटी में लगा दीजिएगा, because there the correlation is negative. Why this is important? When you're getting losses into equity market, fixed income market will be there to protect your portfolio. At the same time, when interest rate falls in the economy, what happened to the equity market? It starts increasing. Again, your returns will remain stabilized. तो मैं इसलिए नहीं कर रहा ताकि मैं एक्स्ट्रा कमा सकूं, मैं इसलिए कर रहा हूं ताकि मेरे रिटर्न्स क्या रह सके, that are going to remain stabilized. Am I clear? Now write this example. Yeah, एक minute. Write it in a better way. Write it in a better way. Stock A, year 1, return is 11%. Year 2, return is 17%. For stock B, return is 20%, return is 8%. Now, what is the return of stock A? What is the average return of stock A? What is the average return of stock B? अब ध्यान से देखिएगा, एक बच्चे ने क्या कहा, assuming that history is going to repeat itself. एक बच्चे ने कहा, if I buy stock A, I'm going to make 14% as the return, assuming history is going to repeat itself. If I invest into B, then also I'm again going to make 14%. ये clear है? Now help me with standard deviation of A and B. Help me with standard deviation of A and B. मैं एक मिनट एक्सेल पे कर रहा हूं. 11, 17. पहला स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन आएगा 3 का. What is the next standard deviation? Next standard deviation is of 6. Please verify the answers once. Now my point is, there is one more student. एक बच्चे ने A में पैसा लगाया, एक में B में लगाया. But Mr. X was smart. He invests 50% into A, 50% into B. What will be the return for year 1? 50% into A, 50% into B. What will be the return for year 1? 15.5. What is the return for second year? 12.5. What will be his average? His average will be 14. But अब ध्यान से बताइए, is he taking more risk, less risk? बड़ा ही सिंपल है, आधा पैसा इसमें आधा इसमें, multiply by 0.5, multiply by 0.5, add one way, or simply take average. Simply take average of 11 plus 20, 31 divided by 2, 17 plus 18 divided by 2. तो भी रिटर्न कितनी आ जाएगी? 14. But what is the standard deviation? What is the standard deviation? What is the standard deviation? 1.5. Now my point is, am I able to earn same return, but I'm taking less risk? Are you able to reduce the risk? Again, I want to repeat, what is total risk in A? 3. What is total risk in B? What is the total risk in the portfolio? 1.5. Now the risk that you have reduced, ये आगे portfolio में पढ़ेंगे. The risk that you're able to reduce, this is known as unsystematic risk. Unsystematic risk will be reduced when correlation between two pair is any value other than positive one. मैं फिर से repeat करता हूँ. Let me repeat. Just focus on this part. Return of stock A, year 1, 11%, year 2, 17%. What is the average? What is the standard deviation? इतना part clear है. Then B, year 1, 28. What is the average? Standard deviation? Now there's one student who is smarter enough. He says that I'm going to create a portfolio, 50% A, 50% B. What will be the return for year 1? 15.5. Year 2, again the averages. But this time risk will be 1.5. ये रिस्क में निकाल कैसे रहा हूं? आप अपने कैलकुलेटर पे जाएंगे, सेकंड डेटा, सेकंड क्लियर वर्क, 15.5, एंटर, डाउन एरो, 12.5, enter. Then second stat, it should be one variable. Sigma x देखिए क्या 1.5 आ रहा है? All of you getting all the answers? Now write. Mr. A created the portfolio. Mr. A created the portfolio. Objective is not to earn more. Objective is to reduce the risk. Risk will reduce. Till the time correlation is any value other than positive one. And this is known as which benefit? This benefit is known as diversification benefit. This is known as which benefit? This is known as diversification benefit. Now write. Formula to calculate standard deviation of portfolio. Formula to calculate standard deviation of portfolio. Assuming there are only two stocks. Then 3, 4 we will cover in portfolio management, assuming that there are only two stocks. Now under root, weight of A, standard deviation of A whole square. Weight of B, standard deviation B whole square. Standard deviation B whole square. 2, weight A, standard deviation A, weight B, standard deviation B, correlation A comma B. Correlation A comma B. Now I can write like this also. Equal to under root weight of A, standard deviation of A whole square, weight of B, standard deviation B whole square, plus 2 weight A, weight B. So I'm left with standard deviation A, standard deviation B correlation. What we can use also? So this I'm still left with. Help me some. The multiplication of all three is known as. The multiplication of all three is known as covariance. अभी आपने क्या करा था? आपने मेरे को बोला था कोरिलेशन A, B is covariance A, B divide by standard deviation of A divide by standard deviation of B. तो अब उसको रिप्लेस करके मैंने क्या लिख दिया है? उसको रिप्लेस करके मैंने कोवेरियंस लिख दिया. Am I clear? Am I clear till this part? Am I clear till this part? Now, let me write the question again. What is the return of A? 11, 17. What is the return of B? 28. Calculate covariance and correlation. Mean is 14. Mean is 14. This is 3. This is 6. Calculate covariance and correlation. What is the formula for covariance? Covariance A, B is equal to summation of A minus A bar, B minus B bar, whole divided by N. Now, A minus A bar, B minus B bar. 11 minus 14, minus 3. 17 minus 14, 3. 20 minus 14, 6. 8 minus 14, minus 6. Minus 18, minus 18. Summation will be minus 36. करिए एक बार. This will be 36 divided by 2 minus 18. एक बार चेक करिए आंसर आ रहा है. Please check once. Are we getting the same answer? Please check once. Are we getting the same answer? And what will be correlation now? Correlation will be covariance divide by standard deviation A divide by standard deviation B minus 18 divide by 3 divide by 6. This is going to be minus. अब आपके पास कोवेरियंस है, कोरिलेशन है, वेट है, स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन है. तो स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन ऑफ पोर्टफोलियो क्या निकल जाएगा? आपको आंसर ऑलरेडी पता है. पोर्टफोलियो का स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन आना कितना चाहिए? 1.5. Now let's verify. Are we getting the same number or not? Now let's verify. Not right. Standard deviation of portfolio. Weight of A. What is weight of A? 0.5. Risk of A. 0.03 का square plus 0.5. What is risk of stock B? 0.06 whole square plus 2 weight A, risk of A, weight of B, risk of B, multiply by that is going to be minus 1. Solve and help me with the answer. So first value will be 0.06 triple zero 225. Point 0036. Now it will be minus point 0009. कुछ गलत कराई, एक मिनट चेक करिएगा, है सॉरी, ये सही मैंने गलत कर दिया, ये होगा point 0009. This will be 0.015 or 1.5%. एक बार चेक करिए, am I able to reduce the risk? Am I able to reduce the risk? The risk that we have reduced, this we are going to cover in portfolio. That risk is known as unsystematic risk. Risk will keep on reducing when R is any value other than positive 1. Clear है? Now write summary. What is the formula for covariance? What is the formula for covariance? Summation of A minus A bar, B minus B bar, whole divide by. Then how to calculate correlation? Covariance A comma B divide by. And last one is standard deviation of portfolio under root. Weight of A, standard deviation of A whole square. Weight of B, standard deviation B whole square. 2 weight A, standard deviation A, weight B, standard deviation B, multiply by. Now, sir, point is, can we calculate directly with the help of calculator? So answer is yes. So need not to memorize the formula. Everything you can calculate with the help of calculator except for standard deviation of a portfolio. Everything you can calculate with the help of calculator. So please note the formulas first. Please note the formulas first. Shall I start? Now help me. Now what you will do, this data you will insert into X. This you will insert into X. This you will insert into Y. Please insert the data. Second data, second clear work. Second data, second clear work. Second data, second clear work. Insert this as X. Insert this as Y. Now you're dealing with one variable, two variable. So press second stat. It should display LIN. LIN stands for linear relationship. Linear means a relationship which can be expressed with the help of line. That means there's a relationship. Till that time, LIN is not there. Keep on pressing second enter, second enter, second enter. Now, what is N? Press down arrow. What is N? 2. What is mean of X? What is sample standard deviation of X? What is population standard deviation of X? 3. Then down arrow. What is mean of Y? Sample standard deviation of Y. Population standard deviation of Y. Then A. What is A? Ignore it. What is the value of A? Again press down arrow. Again ignore it. Then again press down arrow. R. What is R? -1. Have you calculated the same value? Now if you want to calculate covariance, covariance is multiplication of all three. जल्दी से आएंगे. Population standard deviation of X, which is 3, उस पे आ जाइए. 3 पे आ जाइए. एक सेकंड में. ये मेरे को फिगर्स बताते रहिए. एक बच्चे ने क्या वो स्क्रीन पे दिखाई. Now, second data, second clear work. Help me with the value. First value. Enter down arrow. 20. Correct? Enter down arrow.
17.
Enter down arrow. Enter. Now press second start. 1V. I don't want 1V. I want LIN. If it is not there, keep on pressing second enter. आ गया. Now press. What is N? 2 years. Mean of X 14. Sample standard deviation of X 4.24. Population standard deviation of X 3. Mean of Y. Sample standard deviation of Y 8.84. Population standard deviation of Y 6. Ignore A, ignore B. What is R? -1. अब मेरे को क्या करना है? तीनों को मल्टीप्लाई करना है. Store this at 1. Press STO 1. इस पे आएंगे. हाँ, R को -1 को प्रेस करेंगे STO 1. ठीक है. अब आप आ जाइए. Population standard deviation of Y stored at 2. अब आप आ जाइए. Population standard deviation of X stored at 3. Now to get covariance, what I want, multiply all three. Recall 1, multiply by recall 2, multiply by recall 3. What answer I'm getting? तो यही आंसर थे अपने. Our covariance was -18. Our correlation was -1. So your calculator can calculate itself. Vignesh, is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Zoom students, is it clear to all of you?
So,
Yes.
in the standard deviation portfolio formula, so is it +2 or -2?
Ma'am, +2, but your R was -1.
Okay. Right, right. So it's either plus if the correlation is plus or minus if the correlation is minus.
मैम है तो प्लस, लेकिन कोरिलेशन आपका माइनस था तो ओवरऑल माइनस बन गया ना.
Okay.
मेरा फॉर्मूला तो प्लस है ना बेटा.
Okay, okay.
अब आप बातें कर रहे हैं. चलिए, टेक 2 minutes प्लीज रिवाइज. चलिए चलिए now let me increase the difficulty level. Let me increase the difficulty level. Please answer last question. Answer last question on slide 15.
कोवेरियंस का तो कोई सिग्निफिकेंस नहीं।
को तंग नहीं करो, 3 ऑप्शन है, वो आंसर दो। क्या होता है क्या नहीं होता मुझे नहीं पता। A, B, C. Now correlation is not given, covariance is given. Covariance magnitude does not signify anything. A is incorrect, B is incorrect. What is the sign of covariance? That means they have a positive relationship. What is the meaning of positive? If Virat has scored above its mean in one of the match, in the same match Rohit has scored above its mean. That's it. Now what should be the answer? A is incorrect, B is incorrect. What is the correct answer? C. B correct हो जाता अगर covariance की जगह क्या दिया होता? Correlation. But what is given? That is covariance. Correct? Then help me. If in a stock, if in a portfolio there are 2 stocks, so how many correlations you will calculate? 1. That is correlation between A and B. But if there are going to be 3 stocks, A, B, C, now how many correlations you are going to calculate? One will be of A comma B, then it will be of A with, and one more with B and C. Same as if there will be 4, A, B, C, D. A का B के साथ, A, C, A, D. फिर B का किसके साथ? ए नलायक। B का C के साथ, B का D के साथ, देन C का और कुछ भी नहीं आएगा ना। मैं पॉइंट इज इसको निकालने का तरीका क्या है? सिंपली व्हाट यू कैन यूज अ फॉर्मूला n मल्टीप्लाई बाय n minus 1 डिवाइड बाय 2. Now my point is if there will be 2 stocks, 2 multiply by 1 divide by 2, how many correlation? If there will be 3 stocks, 3 multiply by 2 divide by 2, how many correlations? 3. If there will be 4 stocks in a portfolio, 4 multiply by divide by, what is the answer? Am I getting the same answer? Am I getting the same answer? Now please answer the above question. How many stocks? How many correlations? 5 multiply by 4 divide by, what is the answer? Answer is 10. Now can I increase the difficulty level? Copy this as it is. Copy this as it is. Copy this as it is. You have to copy this table as it is. पूरा क्वेश्चन कॉपी नहीं कर देना, सिर्फ टेबल कॉपी करने का as it is. Shall I start? Shall I start? Not right. Translate. Always translate the above table in following format. Always translate the above table in following format. Now, probability 25%, 50%, 25%. What is the return of stock D? So return of stock D is 25%, 15%, 10%. What is the return of stock F? 30%, 25%, and 15%. Clear how I translate this? Is it clear how I translate this? Now what I want, now please, now I want probability is given. Now I want mean of D and F. How you're going to calculate mean? Multiply, 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 add. So what is the mean of D? Or what you can do, एक सेकंड हाँ सही है, मल्टीप्लाई 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 करके ऐड कर दीजिए 0.25 मल्टीप्लाई बाय 25 0.5 multiply by 15 0.25 multiply by 10. What is the answer? 16.25. In the same manner, solve for F. This will be 23.75. Correct? Now you want covariance. Formula will be P multiplied by D minus D bar, F minus F bar. And whatever is the answer it's going to be, this will be your covariance. Now probability is 0.25 multiply by 0.25 minus 0.1625 या इसको सिंपल ले लेते हैं 25 minus 16.25 30 minus 23.75 ऐसे करके तीनों सॉल्व करिए हेल्प मी विद द आंसर so this we cannot do on the calculator verify what is the first answer is it 13.67 एक बार फर्स्ट चेक करिए is it 13.67
Yes, sir.
okay now second second one is negative 0.78125 correct and third one is 13.67 positive एक बार आप कर लीजिए प्लीज final answer will be 26.56. Please verify the answer. Do we divide by n also? Do we divide by n also? क्योंकि
No.
we are multiplying by probability. ये आंसर आ रहा है. Now question is, can we get the same answer using the calculator? Now the answer is partially yes. Now why I'm saying partially yes? Now watch carefully what is the probability. Probability is 25, 50, 25. अब आप क्या करिए? If you want, that calculator should solve this. Enter this data 25 times. Enter this data 50 times. Enter this data 25 times. Is it possible in the examination, real examination? No. What alternatively you can take? One number is common in all three. What is that number? What is that number? पहले की probability है 25, 50, 25. What is common in all three? 25. If I take a common, I left with 1, comma, 2, comma, 1. Now what you will do? You will enter this data one time. You will enter this data 2 times. You will enter this data 1 time. Now my point is, what will be the probability of data number 1? 25%. What will be the probability of second data? You have entered 2 times, 50%. What will be the probability of third data set? Again 1 time out of 4 times. What will be the probability? 25. अब करिए. Second data, second clear work. Second data, second clear work. First value will be 25 and 30. Now 15 and 25, you have to insert how many times? 15, 25, again 15, again 25. Now we are at x04. What should be the value? 10 and 15. Now, second stat. I'm dealing with one variable, two variable. Two variable, it should display LIN. Now press down arrow. What is N? 4. Now what I want is population standard deviation of X. Help me with the value. 5.448 stored at 1. What is the population standard deviation of Y? Stored at 2. And what is correlation? 0.89 stored at 3. Multiply all three numbers. Verify, am I getting the same number? Now one question which is given on your question bank, what they did. This is 26. This is 24. This is 26, 24. Now we left with no other option but to solve it manually. और maximum हम यहाँ पे कितना कॉमन ले पाएंगे? 2 ही ले पाएंगे. 2 भी ले लेंगे तो ये 13 हो जाएगा, ये 12 होगा, ये 25 होगा. Again not manually possible. Then we left with no other option but to solve using this particular method. Again I'm repeating, this type of question will not be testable in the examination, where it will be 26 and 24. If they want to test, they will give you a number like this, which are easily divisible. Same way, if probability is 50-50, then you're going to add how many times? Insert how many times? Both the data one time. If it is 25 or if it is suppose 10, 8 or 10, 90. First data you will enter how many times? And second data? 9 times. Accordingly, you will get the answers. Am I clear with this? Am I clear with this? Okay. Now, let me increase the difficulty level. Now, prepare this table again. This one. Shall I start? Now, write point number 1. Write point number 1. Formula to calculate standard deviation. Formula to calculate standard deviation. Under root summation x minus x bar square whole divided by n. This is equal to under root of वेरिएंस. तो इस पार्ट को क्या कहते हैं? इसको वेरिएंस कहते हैं. इसकी कोई इंटरप्रिटेशन नहीं होती है. फ्रॉम द वेरिएंस वी कैलकुलेट स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन बाय टेकिंग द अंडर रूट. राइट पॉइंट नंबर 2. फॉर्मूला टू कैलकुलेट कोवेरिएंस between A and B. This is equal to summation of A minus A bar, B minus B bar whole divided by n. सही लिखा है. Now write third note. Covariance of A with A. Covariance of A with A. What will be the formula? Sorry, नहीं, अंडर रूट नहीं है. सॉरी मैंने यहाँ पे ये अंडर रूट गलत ले लिया. सॉरी. Now help me. Covariance of A with A. This is nothing but equivalent to. This is nothing but equivalent to. This is nothing but equivalent to. अब वेरिएंस से क्या स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन आ सकता है? आ सकता है. चलिए. Now let me prepare the table again. Now the name of this table is covariance matrix. Now what is given? Hedge fund. Now help me. Covariance of hedge fund with hedge fund is 256. This is nothing but variance. From that, if I take the under root, what will be standard deviation of hedge fund? This is going to be 60. Correct? Next. Market index and hedge fund. What is the covariance? So यहाँ पे लिखा covariance of market index and hedge fund equal to 110. Shall I proceed? Next, market index. Covariance of market index and hedge fund. What should be the value? 110. Then market index. What is the value? Now help me. What is the standard deviation of market index? यही 3 चीजें आपको चाहिए थी. Now, what question is demanding? You have to calculate correlation. What will be correlation? What will be correlation? Correlation is covariance divided by standard deviation of A divided by standard deviation of B. 110 divide by 16 divide by 9. What should be the answer? What should be the answer? Next, if correlation increases to +1, what will happen to benefits? What will happen to benefits? Please check both of them. Is it clear? Again, covariance of a number with itself, it is known as, to calculate standard deviation, take the under root. एक बार चेक कर लीजिए 14 के दोनों सवाल क्लियर है. Shall I proceed? Zoom students, am I clear with this to all of you? Shall I proceed? चलो मैं आगे. Now, answer this one. Standard deviation of US bond is 0.64, Spanish bond is 0.56. Correlation is 0.24. What is covariance? To arrive at covariance, what you have to do? Multiply all three. Help me with the answer. Please answer this one. Important. चलिए. चलिए 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 मैं कर दूं. मैंने लिखवाया था इट शुड बी क्लोज टू 0. वीक तो वही होता था. वीक का तो मतलब था नो रिलेशन, एंड नो रिलेशन विल बी द वन व्हिच इज क्लोज टू 0. नाउ टू ट्रैवल टू 0 it has to travel 0.67, 0.24, 0.33. तो सबसे कम किसको ट्रैवल करना पड़ेगा? So what should be the answer? If it is given strongest negative relationship A, strongest positive relationship weakest relationship B. 0 के पास बेटा अगर टाइमलाइन पे प्लॉट करूं चलिए दर्द होगा. क्वेश्चन नंबर 2. क्वेश्चन नंबर 2. Question number 2. When covariance will be positive? Question number 2. A or C? A or C? और B? मैं क्या कहता था, विराट ने इस मैच में या अगले मैच में, रोहित के अगले मैच की, एक ही मैच की बात होती थी, अगले अगले मैचों की बातें होती थी. तो बी तो गलत है ना. इधर आंसर इज ए और सी. तो मैंने कहा था एट द सेम टाइम इफ यू आर स्कोरिंग अबव मी द अदर प्लेयर्स आल्सो स्कोरिंग अबव मी. ए कह रहा है दोनों प्लेयर का मीन सेम होना चाहिए. दिस इज एन इनकरेक्ट इंटरप्रिटेशन. वी हैव नेवर लर्न दैट द मीन टू बी सेम. व्हाट वी हैव लर्न, इफ वन इज स्कोरिंग अबव इट्स मीन, other player also in the same match scoring above its mean score. We are not saying that the mean of both the players to be same. Am I clear? चलिए लिखेंगे लीनियर रिलेशनशिप. linear relationship. Linear relationship. Linear relationship means relationship between two variables. Relationship between two variables. Relationship between two variables which can be expressed in the form of line. Relationship between two variables which can be expressed in the form of line. To be covered in the form of line. To be covered in linear regression. To be covered in linear regression. Now, we say price, we say quantity demanded. What is the relationship? Linear negative relationship. We say that quantity supply price. What is the relationship? Relationship is positive linear relationship. But now my point is, if relationship between two variables, if I plot on the graph paper, it is like this. Now they are related, but the relationship is not linear. If I plot on the graph paper, this is known as scatter plot. आगे आएगा. If I plot on the graph paper, if it is like this, then this is known as no relationship. If it is like this, it is known as linear positive. If it is like this, linear negative. If it is like this, relationship is there, but not. और अगर ऐसे ऐसे आ रहे हैं रैंडम, नो रिलेशनशिप. ठीक है, तो ये आगे हम करेंगे लीनियर रिग्रेशन में. नेक्स्ट राइट, स्पूरियस कोरिलेशन. Spurious correlation. Relationship between two variables. Relationship between two variables by chance. Relationship between two variables by chance. Now my point is it true? Is it true people who earns more eats more? Is it true people who earns more eats more? ऐसा है? ऐसा है? ओके, तो हुआ क्या? अभी मैं कहानी एक सुना ही रहा था. मैंने कहा 2019 में मेरी लाइफ का टर्निंग पॉइंट था. मेरा वेट भी बढ़ा, मेरी इनकम भी बढ़ी. सो मैंने कहा व्हाट इज द रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन माय वेट एंड अर्निंग्स? इट इज अ पॉजिटिव रिलेशन. एंड दिस इज नोन एज बाय चांस इट हैपेंड. दे हैव नो रिलेशनशिप. रादर अगर मैं मेरे से जो और अमीर लोग होंगे, फॉर एग्जाम्पल फिल्म स्टार्स, उनकी अर्निंग्स बढ़ती रहती है तो वेट क्या होता रहता है? कम होता रहता है. बट मिडिल क्लास के साथ ऐसा नहीं है. So there is no relationship, but if it is happening, then this is known as by chance. Okay, we try to frame the relationship between two when it is no. This is known as spurious correlation. अब एक बार देखते हैं type of questions which are there in the book. अच्छा, एक और रह गया है. चलो अभी देखते हैं. Answer question number 3. If correlation is positive, covariance is also positive. What should be the answer? B. Why C is incorrect? It does not signify cost effect relationship. तो एक बच्चे का C था. C is incorrect. What should be the answer? Answer is going to be B. Because if correlation is positive, covariance is also going to be positive. क्योंकि standard deviation तो कभी negative होता नहीं है. So if one is above its mean, other players also score above mean at the same time. Not right? Skewness. Not right? Skewness. Not right? Skewness. And another word is kurtosis. एक लिख लीजिए स्क्यूनेस, एक लिख लीजिए कर्टोसिस, और मैं एक हिंट दे देता हूँ, आ गया बच्चों की माँ बहन एक होने वाली है। ठीक है, तो अब चीजें बदल जाएंगी। ठीक है, तो कुछ अब अनसन चीजें आने वाली हैं। ठीक है, क्वांट्स में क्या होगा मैं बता देता हूँ। मेरे को नहीं पता आज की क्लास कितनी मुश्किल या आसान है, बट मेरे अकॉर्डिंग ये आसान है। ठीक है, हाँ कर लो कर लो कर लो, हाँ कर लो कर लो। ये कल भी आसान रहेगी, धीरे 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 आसान रहते रहेगा। मेरे को आसान लगेगा लेकिन आपको लगेगा कि हैवी हो रहा है। फिर एक दिन हम आएंगे हाइपोथेसिस टेस्टिंग पे। ठीक है, इसमें ये होता है, अभी तक क्या होता है, जो मैं पढ़ा रहा होता हूँ मुझे लगता है बच्चों को समझ आ रहा है, आ नहीं रहा होता। ठीक है, हाइपोथेसिस में मुझे भी नहीं समझ आ रहा था मैं कर क्या रहा होता हूँ। फिर जब ये हाइपोथेसिस की जर्नी निकलती है, फिर हम आ जाते हैं लीनियर रिग्रेशन पे। इसमें तो मैं क्या लिखना चाहता हूँ मुझे ये भी नहीं पता, और आप क्या समझ रहे होते वो भी नहीं पता। ठीक है, तो ऐसे अब ये जर्नी स्टार्ट होने वाली है। एंड दी वर्स्ट पॉइंट इज दिस जर्नी विल कंटिन्यू। बच्चा कहते चलो अब क्वांट्स खत्म, लीनियर खत्म, तो अब नहीं आएगा। पोर्टफोलियो की स्टार्ट जो होगा दैट इज विद लीनियर रिग्रेशन। पोर्टफोलियो का स्टार्ट एक नोबेल प्राइज विनर होगा, उसका नाम है हैरी मार्कोविट्स। उसकी कोई थ्योरी है जिसको मैं समझाऊंगा। तो उनको नोबेल प्राइज मिला है। अब वो नोबेल प्राइज जब उनको मिला, उन्होंने क्या सोचा और वो मैं बताऊंगा और आपको बताऊंगा। तो वो एक अलग कहानी चलती जाएगी। एंड व्हेन यू जंप टू लेवल 2, द स्टार्टिंग चैप्टर ऑफ क्वांट्स इज मल्टी लीनियर रिग्रेशन। इसका नाम सच्ची में सिंपल है। इस जो लेवल 1 में उसका नाम है सिंपल लीनियर रिग्रेशन, और जो लेवल 2 में आएगा उसका नाम होगा मल्टी लीनियर रिग्रेशन। एक मिनट में आपको किताब दिखा देता हूँ, आपको नहीं मान रहे होगे आप क्या
पहले वाला देखा
है, मान गए, चलिए। सो व्हाट आई वांट, go back home, please revise the classes properly. Okay, in the website, the question bank they have given more is the case study. So case studies are not testable, but yes, you should be comfortable with Schweizer module quiz and Schweizer blue box. Okay, if you want to read the chapter, this is the discretion, and you can safely skip those questions where there is a case study. We are only going to solve those which are with a single question. Okay, so questions काफी कम है. So for practice, we are going to rely more on Schweizer. We are going to solve the module quiz. We are going to solve the blue box. डेफर नहीं करिएगा, चीजें आपके लिए मुश्किल हो जाएंगी। ठीक है, चलिए। नाउ राइट स्क्यूनेस रिकॉर्ड है कहाँ? अब देखो ना, अब तो सब हटा दिए हमने। ठीक है, हटा दिए देखेंगे। स्क्यूनेस, नाउ स्क्यूनेस मीन्स हाउ सिमेट्रिकल how symmetrical the data is. Skewness means how symmetrical the data is. Now, let me give you one example of normal distribution. This is going to be covered in detail. But now my point is, if I cut this data from middle, then I'm going to get two equal parts, similar to an apple. If I cut from a middle, if apple is of 500 gram, if I cut from a middle, I'm going to get 250 gram, 250 gram. This is known as skewness equal to 0. This is known as skewness equal to 0. Now write an example. Write an example. Following runs Virat has scored. Following runs Virat has scored 10, 20, 30, 30, 30, 40, 40, 50. So can I say that Virat has scored 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. What is the frequency? 1. A minute, नहीं, sorry. 3, 2, 1. Correct है? Calculate mean, median, and mod. What will be mod? What will be mod? 30. What will be median? इस वाले 30 के नीचे कितनी वैल्यू? 4. ऊपर कितनी वैल्यू? तो व्हाट इज मीडियन? व्हाट इज मीडियन? 30. सारे इसको ऐड कर लीजिए, डिवाइड बाय फ्रीक्वेंसी. व्हाट इज मीन? Add all, divide by frequency. What is mean? What is mean? 30. Now plot this on a graph paper. This is frequency. This is value of x. If I plot this on a graph paper, it will take the shape like this, and mean is equal to median is equal to mod. If condition is satisfied, then what is skewness? Then skewness is shall I proceed? Now write 10, 20, 20, 30, 30, 30, 40, 40, 50. Is it similar to the previous data set? Is it similar to previous data set? Now assume that Virat has played one more match where he scored 100 runs. Now my question is, think logically. Will mean of this Virat be more than 30? Yes. पर ध्यान से देखिएगा, मीडियन और मॉड सेम रहेंगे. एक बार चेक कर लीजिए. Now, if I plot this on a graph paper, अभी तक कितना वैल्यू था? ऐसे था. अब एक वैल्यू और आ गया है. So it will be tilted towards right, tilted towards left. Towards right. अगर ये tilted towards right है, this is known as positive skewed data. And in positive skewed data, what will happen? Mean is more than median is more than Shall I proceed? Now write 10, 20, 20, 30, 30, 30, 40, 40, 50. Is it similar to the first example? Virat has scored in the next match 0 run. What will happen to mean? Mean will increase, mean will fall. Mean will fall. अब डेटा किसके towards tilted है? Left, right? If it is tilted towards left, it is known as negative skewed data. And in negative skewed data, what will happen? Mod will be greater than median, will be greater than. Now, if question says data has skewness equal to 0, then all three will be equal. If data is positively skewed, Virat has scored more runs. What will be higher? Mean. And if data is negatively skewed, then mean will be lowest. Am I clear? Skewness means data is exactly symmetrical. It will happen when all three are equal. If it is not, then either the data will be positively skewed or negatively skewed. Now write kurtosis. Now write kurtosis. Now write kurtosis. For a normal distribution, for a normal distribution, for a normal distribution, अब normal distribution होता है क्या? We covered in next chapter. But yes, normal distribution look like this. For a normal distribution, if from mean we deviate 3 standard deviation, if from mean we deviate 3 standard deviation, then probability of range will be equal to 100%. Then probability of range will be equivalent to 100%. तो कहने का मतलब क्या है? In case of normal distribution, from mean, if I deviate 3 standard deviation, then what is the probability of range? 100. Then write normal distribution is also known as mesochotic. Normal distribution is also known as mesochotic. The shapes could also be leptochotic, and platychotic. Leptochotic and platychotic. Now, मैंने एक data set बनाया. If this data set is like this is known as, this blue line is known as mesochotic. Mesochotic alternative name is normal distribution. From the mean, if I deviate 3 standard deviation, what will be probability? 100. ये मैं proof करूंगा आगे. Then leptochotic. अब ध्यान से देख के बताना. This is the fatness, or this is the waist size. This is the waist size of normal distribution. Leptochotic की कमर ज्यादा है या कम है? ज्यादा है ना, राइट? Leptochotic has fat tails. इसका मतलब अगर 100% डेटा सेट कवर करना है, do I need to deviate only 3 standard deviation or do I need to deviate more? No, right? Has kurtosis more than 3. Has kurtosis more than 3. And help me with the tail. ये peakness है. कद, लंबाई, ज्यादा लंबाई है छोटा है? And has more peakness. Now, right, I'm going to prepare one more shape. This is known as platychotic. Platychotic height with compared to mesochotic, more or less? Less. Same wise, fatness, more fat, less fat? No, right? Platychotic has thin tails. और अगर थिन टेल्स है, पूरा डेटा सेट कवर करना है, मोर देन 3, लेस देन 3, हैज kurtosis. Kurtosis means waist size less than 3. And what about peakness? Less peakness in comparison to mesochotic. फिर से रिपीट करते हैं. What is the properties of normal distribution? Normal distribution is a data set where mean, median, mode is equal. And if we deviate 3 standard deviation, then we are able to cover 100%. Now my point is, if mean, median, mode are not equal, if mean is more, data is positively skewed. If mean is less, data is negatively skewed. Same wise, if it has more peakness and it has more fat tails, then it is going to be leptokurtic. If it has thin tails, it is going to be platykurtic. अभी हम कहाँ पे यूज करेंगे? टू प्रोजेक्ट द हिस्टोरिकल रिटर्न्स ऑफ एसेट क्लास. हम देखेंगे कि इक्विटी की एसेट क्लास की रिटर्न has been leptokurtic, platykurtic or mesokurtic. Further, we will learn how we can convert any data into normal distribution. Again, if skewness is 0, data is 100% symmetrical. If mean is more, positively skewed, mean is less, negatively skewed. Same wise, if it has more tails, fat tails, then it is known as leptokurtic. Thin tails, it is known as platykurtic. Alternative name of normal distribution is mesokurtic. देखते हैं. आंसर करेंगे क्वेश्चन नंबर 1. Answer is A. Try to answer question number 2. Hint is here. ये इसी पे आंसर है. Question number 2. It is talking about mesokurtic, leptokurtic, platykurtic. लेप्टो मोटा है या पतला है? लेप्टो पतला है या मोटा है? मोटा है. तो बी होना चाहिए, सी होना चाहिए. चलिए लिखेंगे, इसका आंसर लिख लेंगे. लिखेंगे. Normal distribution has a base size of 3. उसकी कमर कितनी है? 3 इंच की है. इसको बोलते हैं आइडल पर्सन. आप एग्जाम्पल ले लीजिए, ऋतिक रोशन. ठीक है, बिल्कुल आइडल यही लौंडा चाहिए. देन इट इज leptokurtic. Leptokurtic has a waist size of 5 दे देते हैं. Has a waist size of 5. ये एग्जाम्पल ले लो, टीचर. और पॉजिटिवली, अब मैं नेगेटिवली मोटा हूं या पॉजिटिवली मोटा हूं? पॉजिटिव मोटा हूं. सो पॉजिटिव वेस्ट साइज ऑफ 2. मतलब मेरे में वजन जितना 2 से ज्यादा है, जितना होना चाहिए था उससे 2 ज्यादा है. नाउ platykurtic has a waist size of 1. नहीं, 1 नहीं लो ना, फिर तंग करोगे. 2.5 ले लो. यहां पे ले लीजिए कैटरीना कैफ, याद रहेगा आपको. नाउ वेस्ट साइज पॉजिटिव है मैम की नेगेटिव है? नेगेटिव वेस्ट साइज ऑफ 0.5. अब आंसर करिए. आंसर इज, am I clear with all 3? ठीक है. Now when you go through the question bank, what you will find, majority of them are case studies. Case studies are not testable. To compensate for that, we are going to solve all the module quiz. We are going to solve all the blue box. Am I clear with this? So with this, we have covered reading number 3. ठीक है. Tomorrow we are going to start with next chapter. Now yesterday we covered chapter number 3rd. Today we are going to complete 2 chapters. One will be the portfolio mathematics, and the another one relating to probabilities. Okay. So now my agenda is today we will be able to complete 5 readings of quants. Now, what is the significance of these 5 readings? These are the base for portfolio management. Okay. So what I want in the next class, I'm going to start with portfolio. So you have to be very much thorough with the first 5 lectures of or first 5 readings of quants. What institute has does? Earlier, the weightage of portfolio management was only 6%. This time they have increased the weightage to 9 to 12%, and they have deleted 4 chapters in portfolio. So the weightage has increased and chapter has deleted, and those chapters are slightly on a difficult side. So what I want, if you're comfortable with the first 5 readings of quants, then portfolio management will be a cakewalk. But if you're not comfortable with the first 5 readings, then it's going to be a difficult task. For example, yesterday we covered how to compute standard deviation of a portfolio, or how to compute a return of a portfolio. Now, this is going to be, again, we are going to cover in portfolio management. And there's one more chapter in quants, regression. The regression base is again covered in portfolio management. So what I want, in the next Saturday, when we are meeting, you have to be very much thorough with first 5 readings of quants. What is the meaning of thorough? You have to go through the module quiz of Schweizer, and you have to go through the blue box. Till the time you're comfortable with the blue box and module quiz, more or less, we have done the job. This much is required. Later on, you can do the question bank. This is the at least that you have to cover. If you're in a position to cover the question bank, then it's a good thing. But if you're unable to, at least you have to cover the module quiz and blue box. Am I clear with my expectations? Okay. Now give a heading. Give a heading, probability trees and conditional expectations. Give a heading, probability trees and conditional expectations. Shall I start? No, right. Concept number one. Concept number one. Concept number one, basics of probability. Concept number one, basis of or basics of probability. Now my point is, if I toss a coin, then what is the probability of it? What is the probability of it? 1/2 or 50%? What is the probability of tail? Again, 50%. Same as if I throw a dice, what is the probability of getting 1? 1/6. What is the probability of getting 6? What is the probability of getting 4? 1/6. Now write probability. Example. If we toss a coin, then probability of head and tail is 0.5. Next. Is it possible to get head and tail simultaneously? Help me. It is possible to get head and tail simultaneously? No, sir. So write, if it is not, it is known as mutually exclusive. If it is not, it is known as mutually exclusive. Any outcome other than head and tail is possible. Any outcome other than head or tail is possible? No. That is, complete list of outcome is either head or tail. It is known as exhaustive list of outcomes. It is known as exhaustive list of outcomes. So my focus is on two words. One word is mutually exclusive, one word is exhaustive. Exhaustive means complete, and mutually exclusive means when two events cannot occur simultaneously. Same way, if I toss a coin, is it possible to get 1 and 2 simultaneously? Is it possible to get 1 and 2 simultaneously? No, they are mutually exclusive. What are the complete list of outcome? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are complete list of outcome. So before I proceed further, am I clear with the meaning of mutually exclusive? When two events cannot occur simultaneously. What is the meaning of exhaustive? Exhaustive means the complete list of outcomes. Am I clear? Shall I proceed further? Now, write conditional versus unconditional probability. Conditional versus unconditional probability. Conditional versus unconditional probability. Conditional probability means given that a condition is satisfied, what is the probability of outcome? What is the probability of outcome? Unconditional, unconditional, unconditional. Unconditional is simple probability. Unconditional is simple probability. Now write an example. We toss a coin. What is the probability of getting? 3. We toss a coin. What is the probability of getting 3? Now write, probability of 3 is equal to number of favorable outcome divided by total number of outcomes. Now, what are the favorable outcome? There is only one favorable outcome. And what is the number of total outcome? 6. Now, this probability is known as, sorry, coin, मैंने क्या बोल दिया? Coin बोल दिया. अच्छा, we throw a die. We throw a die. Sorry. भावना को समझो. We throw a die. What is the probability of getting 3? फिर आपने कॉइन पे 3 कैसे ले आए आप? आप समझ गए कि मैं वही कहना चाह रहा था. ठीक है, सॉरी, we throw a die. Correct? This is known as unconditional probability. ठीक है. But now what student says, sir, give me some sort of hint. Now I want a hint from you. Now if I say that the number is an even number, what is the probability of 3? बच्चे ने कहा, give me a hint. So I throw a die. I give him a hint that the number is an even number. What is the probability of 3? What is the probability of 3? 0. And if I say it's an odd number, what is the probability of 3? Not right. Conditional probability means a condition is satisfied. Conditional probability means a condition is satisfied. For example, teacher gives a hint. Teacher gives a hint that number is odd number. Teacher gives a hint that the number is odd number. Now, probability of 3, given that कैसे लिखेंगे? बड़ा सा डंडा डाल देंगे. Given that it's a odd number. Again, formula remains same. Number of favorable outcome divided by number of total outcome. Now, how many odd numbers we can have? 1, 3, and 5. Number of total outcomes. What is the number of favorable outcome? So this will be the answer. Same wise, if it is even number, then probability of 3, given that it's a even number, number of favorable, even is 2, 4, 6. How many times we are getting 3? So it will be 0 upon any number, 0 divided by any number, it is equal to, this is going to be. So one is unconditional probability, another one is conditional. Conditional means given that this condition is satisfied. Am I clear with this? Am I clear with this? Now, need not to write, just go through all the points. Just go through all the concepts. Just give a broad reading. Just give a broad reading. Try to read at least 2 times. Give a broad reading to all the LOS. Shall I start? Shall I start? Not right. Before solving any question on probability, before solving any question on probability, we will underline the word always. We will always prepare a tree diagram. Again, I repeat, before solving any question on probability, we are always going to prepare a tree diagram. Tree diagram always starts with independent event. Tree diagram always starts with independent event. Tree diagram will have 3 phases. Tree diagram will have 3 phases. Okay. Now, what I'm trying to say, just go through this question now. Now read this in totality till this part. Please read this in totality. Shall I start? Now, in this, 2 events are happening. What are the 2 events? Need not to write, just focus on the screen. 2 events are happening. Either RBI will increase money supply or it will not increase the money supply. This is one event is happening. Second event is currency will depreciate or it will not depreciate. Again, I repeat, what is happening? RBI will increase the money supply, will not increase the money supply, currency will depreciate, currency will not depreciate. क्या इसके अलावा और कुछ भी हो रहा है? पढ़ लीजिए. इसके अलावा anything else is happening? No. Now my point is very simple. What will happen initially? Step 1, step 2. What is step number 1? Currency depreciation or RBI will increase the money supply. For example, I want to say that currency depreciate because of increase in money supply. This line is correct. Or the second line is RBI increase money supply because of currency depreciation. Which line is correct? Line 1, line 2. Only you have to identify this one. Which line is correct? Line 1, line 2. If line 1 is correct, then this will be known as, this part is known as independent. This part is known as dependent. Again, which line is correct? Line 1, line 2. Line 1 is correct. Now help me, what is independent? That means first RBI will increase the money supply, because of which what will happen? Either currency will depreciate or currency will not depreciate. Again, I repeat, which line is correct? Line 1, line 2, line 1. If line 1 is correct, what is independent? What is independent? Increase in money supply, because of which what will happen? Currency will depreciate, currency will not depreciate. Now prepare the diagram very properly. Now, this is my starting point. This is my starting point. Now, either RBI will increase the money supply, RBI will not increase the money supply. So, RBI increase money supply, RBI will not increase the money supply. Now, help me, what is the probability of RBI will increase the money supply? What is the probability? 0.36. Even it is not given, then what will be the probability of not increasing? That will be 1 minus 0.36, which is 0.64. Now please write 0.36, 0.64. Please note. Now in the notes, what we written, it has 3 phases. So this was my first phase. T diagram always starts with independent event. Shall I proceed to my second phase? Now, write probability currency will depreciate. Probability currency will depreciate given that money supply increase. We will take one answer. Then probability currency will depreciate given that, currency will not depreciate given that money supply has increased. Then next we write probability currency will depreciate given that money supply not increase. So how we write not? Simply put C. Same wise, probability currency will not depreciate given that money supply this is my second phase. Now right here, this is your second phase. Now help me with the answer. Probability currency will depreciate given that money supplied increase. How much? 0.52. So this will be 0.52. What will be the currency not depreciate given that money supply increase? 0.48. Same wise, probability currency will depreciate given that money supplied not increased. What is the answer? 0.74. Then what will be the probability currency will not depreciate given that money supplied not increase? Clear? Now this is the base for the tree diagram. I'm giving you 3 minutes. Any disconnect, please let me know. This is the question. This is the question. How I started with increase in money supply. So we are going to write 2 lines. Money supplied increased because of currency depreciation, or currency depreciate because of money supplied. So आपने कहा second line is correct, this line is correct. So we started with either money supply will increase, money supply will not increase. Currency will depreciate, not depreciate, depreciate, not depreciate. Am I clear with the table? I'm giving you 2 minutes. Any disconnect, please let me know. Abu. वेल मुझे मार कहने का मतलब था जो 2 फेस कराए उसमें कोई डाउट है, बचने का तीसरे फेस में डाउट है। बेटा 1 2 के बाद 3 आएगा, पहले 3 कैसे ले आऊंगा? Any disconnect? Any disconnect with the diagram? Because what will happen post this, we are going to solve very difficult questions which you are not able to solve. This is the base. Am I clear with my base? Am I clear with my base? Now I'm moving to my third phase. I'm moving to my third phase. Now in third phase, what you have to do, simply you have to multiply. So right here, A, B, C, D, summation should be 1. Now what is A? 0.36 multiply by 0.52. 0.36 multiply by 0.52. 0.1872. 0.36 multiply by 0.48. 0.1728. 0.64 multiply by 0.74. 0.4736. 0.64 multiply by 0.26. 0.164. Please check, are we getting 1 as the answer? Please check, are we getting 1 as the answer? Please check, are we getting 1 as the answer? Are we getting 1 as the answer? Now right here currency is depreciating. Currency will not depreciate. Here currency is depreciating. Currency will not depreciate. Now if question asks what is the probability of currency depreciation? Now probability of currency depreciation is A plus C. Probability of currency will not depreciate. This is going to be B plus D. Now what will be the answer that currency will depreciate? 0.1872 plus 0.4736. This is going to be 0.6608. What is the probability currency will not depreciate? This is going to be 0.3393. Now again, how many steps? How many phases? We are going to start with independent. Second phase is conditional probability. In third, we are going to multiply and we are going to add up the numbers. Again, what is the probability of currency depreciate? A plus. What is the probability currency will not depreciate? That is B plus D. Correct? Take 2 minutes, revise. Zoom students, any disconnect? बेटा क्वेश्चन बताएगा ना, इसमें तीसरी क्या निकाल सकते हो? ये रिवाइज करो, आगे का नहीं करो, जो पढ़ाने वाला वो रिवाइज नहीं करो, जो कराया वो रिवाइज करो। एनी Zoom students, am I clear with this? I'm still waiting for more replies. I'm giving you an opportunity. Any disconnect here? Can I increase the difficulty level? Can I increase the difficulty level? Now prepare your notes very properly. Write note number 1. Write note number 1. Write note number 1. What is the probability money supply will increase? What is the probability money supply will increase? Conditional, unconditional. Conditional, unconditional. Unconditional. Either the answer will be in phase 1 or answer will be in phase 3. What is the answer? Look into the tree diagram properly. Either the answer will be in phase 1 or phase 3. What is the answer? 0.36. Second question. Second, what is the probability of currency depreciation? What is the probability currency depreciation? Conditional, unconditional. Given that कहां बोला है? Given that कहां बोला है? Conditional, unconditional. Unconditional. Either the answer will be in phase 1 or phase 3. In phase 3, what is the answer? A plus C. What will be the answer? 0.6608. Sir, फिर conditional पता कैसे लगेगा? Till the time I'm not using the word given that it is an unconditional probability. Again, I repeat. What is the probability of money supply increase? Conditional, unconditional. Either the answer will be in or what is the answer? What is the probability of currency depreciation? Conditional, unconditional. Phase 1 or what is the answer? 0.6608. My counter question. What is the probability money supply not increase? Conditional, unconditional. What is the answer? 0.64. What is the probability currency will not depreciate? What is the answer? 0.3392. Am I clear with this part? Now, if question says, given that, either the answer will be in phase 2 or answer will be in phase 3. Again, I repeat, if question says given that means it's a conditional one. Either the answer will be in phase 2 or phase 3. Now, right, note number 3. Probability currency will depreciate given that money supply increase. Conditional, unconditional? Conditional. Either the answer will be in 2 or phase 3. What is the answer? 0.52. Currency will depreciate given that money supply increase. What is the answer? 0.52. Shall I proceed? Fourth point. Probability money supply increase. Important word is and. Probability money supply increase and currency depreciation. Whenever you're getting the word and answer will always be in phase 3. Answer will always be in phase 3. अब इसका मतलब क्या है? Currency depreciate हो रही है and money supply increase. Money supply increase and currency depreciate. इन दोनों का multiplication. What is the answer? 0.1872. 0.1872. Next, what is the probability money supply not increase and currency not depreciate? Money supply not increase and currency not depreciate. Both of them are happening.
0.1664.
0.1664. Now, student is saying, sir, you are using the word and. Answer will always be in phase. Answer will always be in phase 3. Am I clear till this point? Am I clear with this point? When we are using and, this is known as multiplication rule. Which rule it is? Multiplication. So we are multiplying and we are adding the answers. Am I clear till this point? Now write double star. Write double star. What is the probability? This is an important one. What is the probability money supply increase? Money supply increase given that currency depreciate. Probability money supply increase given that currency depreciate. Conditional, unconditional. Answer will be in phase 2 or 3. Answer. Point. A 0.52 correct है, incorrect है madam का आंसर. Incorrect है because it is the probability of currency depreciation given that money supply increase. What teacher want? Answer is incorrect. That means you won't get answer from phase number 2. Now you will move to phase number 3. Now my point is very simple. Out of A, B, C, D, where the currency was depreciating? A and C. In which case money supplied increase? Now this will be the answer. Now what will be the answer? It will be 0.1872 divided by 0.1872 plus 0.4736. What will be the answer? Point 283. Please verify the answers.
सर सर पता कैसे चलेगा कि फेज 2 है या फेज 3 है?
आप बता बेटा, फेज 2 में आपने क्या लिखा हुआ है? ये एज इट इज लिखा है, ये इससे मिल रहा है या नहीं मिल रहा?
नहीं मिल रहा सर.
फिर फेज 3 पे जाओ, मिल जाता तो बहुत अच्छा था.
ओके, थैंक यू सर.
क्लियर है? करेंसी डेप्रिशिएट हो गई है, कितने % चांसेस है कि मनी सप्लाई इंक्रीज होगा? क्लियर है ना? प्लीज अगेन आई एम रिपीटिंग, help me with the answer. Probability money supply not increase. Conditional, unconditional. Either phase 1 or what is the answer? 0.64. What is the probability currency will not depreciate? Conditional, unconditional. Phase 1 or what is the answer? B plus D. What is the answer? 0.3372. Sorry, 3392. Am I clear? What is the probability money supplied not increase and currency depreciate? And which phase? What is the answer? Money supplied not increase and currency depreciate. 0.4736. ये वाला आंसर है इन दोनों का मल्टीप्लिकेशन. Only phase 3. Now what is the probability currency will depreciate given that money supplied increase. 0.52. Now write, what is the probability? What is the probability money supplied not increase? Money supplied not increase, given that currency not depreciated. What is the probability money supply not increase, given that currency not depreciated? ए बी क्यों होगा? डी अपॉन
सर डी अपॉन बी प्लस डी।
डी अपॉन बी प्लस एम ए क्लियर? कह रहे हैं इंक्रीज डिफिकल्टी लेवल गिवन दैट, इसका मतलब क्या है? गिवन दैट currency not depreciated in B and D. Out of this, in which case money supplied not increased, in D it was not increased, so D upon B plus D. Am I clear with this? Am I clear with this? Am I clear with entire tree diagram? Am I clear with entire tree diagram? Okay. Now please go through in totality. Is it clear? Last phase is and. So if word is and, we are using multiplication rule, we will move to phase 3. This is given that currency depreciate, given that money supplied increase. This is your phase 2 and this is your phase 1. Now, if I come back to my table again, if think logically, if A plus B is given, can we find out this? ध्यान से सोचो, 36 को 2 भागों में डिवाइड कर रहे हो, इन दोनों का समेशन कितना आता है? क्या 0.36 आ रहा है? 0.36 आ रहा है। सेम वाइज सी और डी का समेशन कितना होगा? अब आप ध्यान से देखिए, इस ट्री डायग्राम में आप कर क्या रहे हो? इस 0.36 एंड 0.64 को फर्दर पार्ट्स में डिवाइड करते जा रहे हो। समेशन कितना आ रहा है? 1 मिनट, यहाँ पे समेशन कितना था? यहाँ पे भी समेशन कितना आएगा? नाउ माय पॉइंट इज वेरी सिंपल, हेल्प मी वेरी क्विकली। समेशन ऑफ ए प्लस बी, समेशन ऑफ सी प्लस डी। अब सवाल ये है, if this figure is given, can we find out this value? How come? Multiply, divide. Now write 0.1872 divide by 0.36. Am I getting 0.52? Am I getting 0.52? Am I getting 0.52? Same wise, if A plus C is 0.6, what is B plus D? 0.4. So few basic terms you have to remember. Again, I repeat, what will be summation of A plus B? What is summation of C plus D? What is summation of A, B, C, D? 1. How to find out second phase value? Third phase divided by first phase. This will be the answer. Okay. Now I'm going to increase the difficulty level. I'm giving 2 minutes. Please revise. प्रोबेबिलिटी का बेस्ट पॉइंट क्या है? क्लास में मेरे साथ सारे हो जाएंगे, घर पे नहीं होंगे। ठीक है, तो कोशिश करिएगा कि आप क्लास में ही फर्स्ट शॉट में ही उसको टिक कर लीजिए टीचर कहना क्या चाहता है. द मोमेंट टीचर इज यूजिंग द वर्ड एंड मूव टू द phase 3. Teacher is using unconditional phase 1, phase 3, conditional phase 2, phase 3. That's it. This much you have to remember. That's it. Now, read this question again. Read this one. Read this one. Shall I start? Read this one. Now write solution to slide 7. Write solution to slide 7. How many scenarios? 2. Now, probability of scenario 1. How much? So what will be probability of scenario 2? 0.6. Now, again it has two part. If it is scenario 1, there will be two part. If there is scenario 2, there will be two parts. Now what question is saying? You will recover 50,000 given that it's scenario 1. You will recover 50,000 given that it's scenario 1. What is the probability? What is the probability? 60%. You will recover 30,000 given that it's scenario 1. What will be probability? You will recover 80,000 given that it's scenario 1. 0.9. You will recover 60,000 given that scenario 2. What should be the probability? 0.1. Now, before moving to phase 3, simply you have to multiply A, B, C, D. What is the answer for A? 0.24. A plus B should be 0.4. What is B? Point. Then C, 0.54. C plus D should be 0.6. What will be D? Verify. Am I getting 1 as the answer? Now, now 50,000 you will recover. What is the probability? 0.24. 30,000 you will recover. What is the probability? 80,000 you will recover. What is the probability? 60,000 you will recover. What is the probability? Not right. Expected recovery. Expected recovery. 50,000 multiply by 0.24 plus 30,000 multiply by 0.16. 80,000 multiply by 0.54. Then we have 60,000 multiply by 0.06. Help me with the answer. You will recover 63,600. 63,600. Now my question is, to arrive at this answer, have you considered scenario A, B, C, D, or all the 4 scenarios? If you have considered all the 4 scenarios, this is known as total probability rule. In phase 3, to arrive at the answer, what we are doing? We are simply, that is known as multiplication rule. Here we are considering all the 4 outcomes. It will be known as total probability rule. Now my point is, to arrive at this answer, have we considered all the outcomes? If you have not considered all the outcomes, it is only known as addition rule. Again, I want to repeat. Phase 3, to get the answer, which rule you have applied? Multiplication rule you have applied. For probability of currency depreciation, you have considered A and C. Which rule you have applied? Addition rule. And to calculate the amount of recovery in case of default, you have considered all the 4 scenarios. Which rule it is? Total probability rule. Now, let me check whether you can answer it or not. Now answer this one. So the answer will be which rule we are applying. That is a total probability rule. We are going to consider all the scenarios. Now, this is the question. Complete the tree diagram. I'm not interested in the answer. Complete the tree diagram. I'm not interested in the answer. Complete the tree diagram. Okay. So there 2 things are happening. Either economy will be good or bad. Stock performance will be good or bad. Correct? Again, I repeat, either economy will be good or bad. Stock performance will be. Now, question is very simple. Stock is dependent on economy. This is my statement number 1. Economy, that means Narendra Modi ji, is dependent on stock. Which statement is correct? Statement number 1 is correct. That means I'm going to start with either economy will be good, it will not be good. Given that this has happened, stock performance will be good, will not be good. I've given you sufficient hint. Help me with the diagram. You have to start with economy first. You have to start with economy first. You have to prepare the diagram in totality. I'm not looking into the answers. I want the complete T diagram with all the 3 phases. Okay, let me give you some hints. This probability conditional, unconditional. That means either the answer of phase 1 or phase 3 is given. Second one, conditional, unconditional. Either the answer of phase 1 or phase word and is given. That means out of A, B, C, D, 1 value is given. ऋषभ आपको हो गया? दे दो एक आंसर, टीचर भी खुश हो जाए। कई बच्चों का ऑब्जेक्टिव है साले को खुश नहीं होना। मैं आ जाऊं? नहीं नहीं, मैंने तुम्हें करने को दिया, तुम मेरी नोटबुक पे कर दो। तंग करने वाला। बाकियों की शक्ल देखो, बाकी आपको लग रहा है फरारी की स्पीड से भाग रहे, बाकी सब अटके ही हुए हैं। इस बच्चे को मैं सवाल देता हूँ, मुझे दे देता है, ये साले तू कर। वन और थर्ड, एकदम टीचर खुश हो जाए ऐसा कर दो कुछ। अमन कह रहे साले को तो खुश होने नहीं दूंगा। आपको भी लाइफ के पर्सनल ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हैं, बस प्रोफेशनल गोल्स अचीव होना हो, पर्सनल होने जरूरी है। इस मोटू के चेहरे पे स्माइल नहीं आनी चाहिए। ये सोच रहा है हमें देगा, हम खुद कर लेंगे, खुद नहीं करेगा। ऐसा तो होने ही नहीं देंगे, इसी से ही करवाएंगे। चलिए, लेट मी स्टार्ट। अब बेस्ट पार्ट क्या है, मैं करूंगा हो जाएगा। ठीक है, अब कह रहे ये था, चलिए लिखेंगे। हो गया, चलिए देखते हैं बेटा। लिखेंगे आंसर टू स्लाइड नंबर 8। प्लीज राइट आंसर टू स्लाइड नंबर, आंसर टू स्लाइड नंबर 8। Shall I start? Shall I start? Not right. Either the economy will be bad. Either the economy will be bad. What is the probability of bad? 0.28. So then the probability economy will not be bad, 0.72. This was my phase number 1. So I write here, this was my first phase. Now there will be two legs, there will be two outcomes. Then A plus B, C, D. What should be summation? Now, before I proceed further, can I say that A plus B equal to C plus D equal to 0.72? Correct? Now, in this phase, stock performance good, given that economy bad. Stock performance not good, given that economy bad. Again, stock performance good, given that not bad. Stock performance not good, given that economy not bad. Correct? That means A will be the probability of stock performance good, stock performance not good, stock performance good, stock performance not good. Correct? Now, what is given in second statement? Stock performance is good. Stock performance is, that means A plus C is given. How much? 0.3. 0.3. Correct? Shall I proceed? Next, help me. Out of A, B, C, D, what is given? Stock performance is good and economy is bad. What is given? A is given. Now, what is A? 0.12. Then what will be B? 0.16. And you just cover that A plus C is 0.3. If A is 0.12, then what will be C? Then what will be D? एक बार चेक कर लीजिए. Now help me with second phase value. Third phase divide by first phase. 0.12 divide by 0.28. 0.428. Then what 1 minus कर दीजिए, कितना आ जाएगा? 1 माइनस कर दीजिए ना बेटा. 1 या तो 1 माइनस कर दो, नहीं तो ये वैल्यू डिवाइड बाय ये वैल्यू कर दो. करेक्ट है ना? ये आंसर दीजिए. 0.25. then it will be point. Any disconnect? Again, I want to repeat. What is given? Stock performance is good. Stock performance is good. It is a summation of A plus C. Then it is given that probability stock performance is good and economy is bad. What is given? A. If A is 0.12, then what will be C? 0.18. Can we find out B and D? Can we find out B and D? Can we find out the value of phase 2? Phase 2 is nothing but phase 3 divided by phase 1. We arrive at all the values. Am I clear with the diagram? Am I clear with the diagram? Am I clear with the diagram? Now mark my words. We are going to do 3 more questions. Again, you won't be able to prepare the diagram. Again, you won't be able to prepare the diagram. I'm giving you one more chance. Please prepare it again. I'm giving you one more chance. Please prepare it again. If you have any disconnect, please let me know. If you have any disconnect, please let me know. Please re-prepare the diagram. Any disconnect, anything you're not getting it, anything contradictory, please let me know. There should be all the 3 phases. Name it phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Phase 2 deals with conditional probability. Phase 1, phase 3 deals with unconditional probability. Proper naming should be there. A plus B plus C plus D. Shall I start with my questions now? Shall I start? Answer. What is the probability of economy bad? What is the probability that stock performance good, economy bad? Economy bad and stock performance good. I'm using the word and. Economy bad and stock performance good. 0.12. What is the probability stock performance good given that economy bad? 0.428. Now write what is the probability economy bad given that stock performance good. Can we get the answer from second phase? Can we get the answer from second phase? Can we get the answer from second phase? If answer is no, then you have to move to phase number 3. स्टॉक परफॉर्मेंस गुड कहां पे थी? ए प्लस, किसमें इकोनॉमी बैड था? तो ए अपॉन ए प्लस सी. Shall I proceed? Now write. Now write Venn diagram. Now write Venn diagram. In my class, number of students is 100. In my class, number of students are 100. ये सिर्फ एग्जाम्पल में है. I decided to give a treat. कुछ बच्चों ने कहा we will have Pepsi, and some says we are going to have Fanta. 70 students says we are going to have Pepsi. 40 students says we are going to have Fanta. Can this happen? Can this happen? बिल्कुल हो सकता है. अब कुछ ऐसे थे जिनको दोनों चाहिए थी. वो कितने नालायक हैं? वो कितने बच्चे हैं? वो कितने बच्चे हैं जिन्होंने कहा सर ठीक है आप बोलो पेप्सी या फेंटा हम दोनों ही ले लेते हैं? कितने बच्चे हैं? 10. नाउ प्रिपेयर द वेन डायग्राम. हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू वांट टू हैव पेप्सी? 70 students. How many wants to have Fanta? 40 student. Then how many student wants to have both? Now this is known as Pepsi and Fanta. How much? 10. Now write probability Pepsi or Fanta is equal to probability of Fanta plus probability of Pepsi, probability of Fanta minus probability of Pepsi and Fanta. Now this will be equal to, कितने बच्चे पेप्सी पीना चाहते हैं? 70, 40, 10. This is the probability. What will be the answer? That is going to be 1. 1 means there's not even a single student in my class जिसने क्या कहा? कुछ नहीं लेना. तो बच्चे ने कहा या पेप्सी या फेंटा या दोनों वाले थे. एक भी ऐसा बच्चा नहीं था जिसने क्या कहा मुझे कुछ भी नहीं चाहिए. Now my point is, or whenever or is there, what formula we will use? Probability of Pepsi plus probability of minus probability of Pepsi and Fanta. Again I repeat, probability of Pepsi, probability of minus probability of Pepsi and Fanta. This answer you will get from which phase? Third phase. This value you will get from 1 or third. This value you will get from 1 or third. Now read the question, what question is saying. Determine the probability. Either stock performance is good or economy is bad. Now write probability stock performance good or economy bad. Help me with the formula. Probability of stock performance good plus economy minus stock performance good and economy bad. Now what is stock performance good? Good is A plus C 0.3. What is economy bad? 0.28. And what is the probability of both? What is the probability of both? 0.12. What will be the answer? Even this is also known as addition. Shall I increase the difficulty? Shall I increase the difficulty now? Now, take 2 minutes, revise whatever we have covered. चलिए, मैंने कहा था आपसे नहीं हो पाएंगे, ठीक है। मैं इस पॉइंट को वापस से प्रूफ कर देता हूँ। ट्राई टू सॉल्व क्वेश्चन नंबर 1 and 2। फायदा वैसे नहीं है, फिर भी कर देता हूँ। आई एम गिविंग यू 2 minutes. If question number 1 you are not able to solve, move to question number 2 very quickly. बेस्ट पार्ट है 2 करो या 1 करो, दोनों ही नहीं होंगे। ये मेरा चैलेंज है आपको। अब है तुम्हारी अंदर की आत्मा जगे सालों की, पता नहीं अभी भी नहीं जगेगी, मेरे को लगता नहीं है, वो आत्मा सो गई है। तो 1 और 2 एक भी कर दो। जो क्वेश्चन मांग रहे मुझे क्या बता, मैं क्या बता। ये तो तंग करने का एक नया तरीका नालायक ने निकाला है कि रुक साले को पागल करता हूँ देख। और जब मैं करूंगा आप बोलोगे अरे ये करना था।
सर आपने ऐसा बोल दिया दिमाग में नहीं रहता।
पहले बड़ा लग रहा था पहले तो मैं पागल हो गया था, इस बच्चे का दिमाग कितना तेज है, आए तो अब एक आगे भागने लग रहा है।
पिछला क्वेश्चन कर लिया था मैंने आपसे,
फिर ये भी कर लोगे। बच्चा कह रहा है अभी तक तो उस टीचर की कसम है जिसने आपको 7th 8th 9th 10th में प्रोबेबिलिटी पढ़ाई थी, उसकी उसकी रिस्पेक्ट के लिए कर दो। चलिए, shall I start now? Right, module quiz 4.1, module quiz 4.1, question number 1. In question number 1 how many outcomes? या तो वो x या y की बात कर रहा है कुछ। now let me start the table. Write question number 1. Write question number 1. What is the probability of y? So y will be, if y will be there, so y 1. What is the probability? 0.3. Y could be 2. What is the probability? So y 0.3. Y could be 2. Probability is 0.7. This is my phase 1. Shall I proceed to the next phase? Now my next phase. But this time we have 3 different outcomes. This time we have 3 different outcomes. Now, given that y is 1, x could be 0, 5, 10. Correct? Now, right. Probability x0, given that y1, x0, y1, what is the probability? 0.2. Probability x5, given that y1, 0.4. Probability x10, given that y1, 0.4. Please verify, is it making sense? X could be 0, given that y1, 0.2. Probability x5, given that y1, 0.4. Probability x10, given that y1, 0.4. Is it making sense? ये clear है? Now, same wise, probability x0, given that probability x, given that probability x10, given that y2. Now, what will be the answer? 0.1, 0.8, 0.1. Now, right here, A, B, C, D, E, F. Now, help me, what is A? 0.06, 0.12. What is D? Point. Summation should be. अब वो क्या कह रहा है, इसमें x का वैल्यू 0 है, 5 है, 10 है, 0 है, 5 है, 10 है. Now what you have to calculate? You have to calculate expected value of x. Now what will be the expected value of x? Right. Expected value, it could be 0 with a probability of 0.06. Then it could be 5 with a probability of, it could be 10 with a probability of 0.12. It could be 0 with a probability of 0.07. It could be 5 with a probability of, it could be 10 with a probability of, solve. अब बच्चे का पॉइंट था कि आपको कैसे पता लगा इसी से स्टार्ट करना था.
जैसे पता चलेगा जैसे पता चलेगा इन तीनों का समीशन पढ़ना है ना 0.2 0.4 0.4 कॉलम का इसलिए हम 3 रूल्स वाले आप बता दो.
ये गिवन दैट था, ये कौन सा फेज बनेगा मेरा? सेकेंड. और जो ऊपर गिवन दैट नहीं था वो मेरा क्या बनेगा? मैंने कुछ भी टेक्निकलिटी नहीं करी, जैसे जैसे क्वेश्चन दिया था एज इट इज मैंने इसको सॉल्व कर दिया. नाउ व्हाट विल बी द आंसर? व्हाट इज द एक्सपेक्टेड वैल्यू ऑफ x? x इज गोइंग टू बी 5.3. शैल आई स्टार्ट विद क्वेश्चन नंबर 2? बेटा ये x की वैल्यूज हो सकती हैं, ये प्रोबेबिलिटी है, ये x की वैल्यू है, ये प्रोबेबिलिटी है, तो कैसे निकालूंगा? चलिए, now please read question number 2. In question number 2, two things are happening. One is rating is getting upgraded or not, and second is your earnings. First, rating will be upgraded or you will disclose the result. For example, rating, एक मिनट, rating will upgrade because of good results. Is it correct or not? That means पहले आपको क्या रिपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा? You have to report good results. Now please read the question number 2. Shall I start? Now, question number 2. Either earnings will be $2, will be more than $2. क्या है? एक मिनट देखना दो. Earnings will be more than $2. What is the probability? 40. Then what is the probability earnings will not be more than $2? 0.6. Now there will be two outcomes. 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 Now, rating will get upgraded given that earning is more than $2. Rating will not upgraded given that earnings is more than $2. Rating upgraded given that earnings not more than $2. Rating not upgraded given that earnings not greater than $2. Now A, B, C, D. What should be summation? 1. What is A? A signifying rating will upgrade, rating will not upgrade, rating will upgrade, rating will not upgrade. Please read till this part. Is it clear? Now please give it a try. I've given you more than sufficient hints. Please note till this point. Please note till this point. Shall I move to the question now? Now please give it a try. I've given you more than sufficient hint. Zoom students. Zoom students पे 4 बच्चों का आंसर आ गया है. C is the correct. C मतलब उन बच्चों का भी C है, मेरे को पता नहीं C करेक्ट है या नहीं, but majority of you are saying C. Okay, now let me start. Rating will be upgraded given that earning is more than $2. What is the probability? So this is 0.7. So this will be point. The next, rating will be upgraded if earning is less than $2. What is the probability? So this will be 0.2. What will be this one? Now this will be point. कितना लो? 28 point 12 point 12 point. ठीक है. Now what question is saying? Now what question is saying? Given that rating is upgraded, where rating is getting upgraded? A and C. Out of where your earnings are more than $2, A or C? So what will be the answer? Right. Probability earnings will be more than $2 given that credit rating upgraded. Now rating is upgraded in A and C, where your earnings was more than $2, A. So what will be the answer? 0.28 upon 0.28 plus 0.12. If I solve 0.28 divided by 0.4, this is going to be Now I'm giving 2 minutes, rather I'm giving 5 minutes. Please solve question number 1 and 2 again. Please solve question number 1 and 2 again. मेरी बात को ध्यान से सुन लीजिए, नहीं करोगे तो आगे के 3 सवाल फिर से नहीं कर पाओगे. Now it's a high time that you should be able to prepare the T diagram. I'm giving you time. Please prepare. Please solve question number 1, 2 again. And again you have to prepare the T diagram. फटाफट करेंगे.
सर वो भी एक रीजन हो सकता है ना.
ऊपर भी 1 आ रहा है, 0.0, 0.7 भी 1 आ रहा है. A plus B plus C plus D plus E का भी 1 ही आएगा.
क्वेश्चन आइडेंटिफाई करके
बेटा सभी का 1 आएगा. आप फेज 1 का भी समेशन करोगे 1 है, फेज 2 का भी 1 है और फेज 3 का भी 1 है. तो कहना क्या चाहते हो इससे?
तो 3 रूट्स निकाल रहे सर, ये कैसे पता चलता है? एक पार्ट दे रही है,
x के 3 वैल्यूज हो सकती है, तो 3 डंडियां बना दें. फिर नीचे 3 डंडियां बना दें. और क्या करूं? I want you to solve question number 1 and 2 again. रमेश थोड़ा आपसे दोनों. रेटिंग आप पहले अपनी अर्निंग्स डिस्क्लोज करेंगे. तो आपने कहा अर्निंग्स डिस्क्लोज होंगी $2 से ज्यादा 40% चांसेस है, कम होंगी तो 60. तो मैंने कहा रेटिंग अपग्रेड होगी गिवन दैट अर्निंग ज्यादा है, उसके 70% चांसेस. अर्निंग ज्यादा होगी तो ही रेटिंग अपग्रेड होगी. सो ये 70 क्या कह रहा है? रेटिंग विल बी अपग्रेडेड गिवन दैट अर्निंग्स इज मोर देन $2, तो उसके 70% चांसेस. रेटिंग अपग्रेड होगी अगर अर्निंग्स कम है, दैट इज 20%. अब वो क्या कह रहे हैं ध्यान से पढ़िए. गिवन दैट रेटिंग हैज बीन अपग्रेडेड, ये ना, गिवन दैट, ये मान के चलो रेटिंग अपग्रेड हो गई, तो अपग्रेड कहां पे हो रही है? A and C, out of which in which scenario your earnings was more than $2 in A? Okay, now before I proceed, any disconnect? Because now the 3 numericals will be even more tougher. Am I clear with question number 1 and 2? Any disconnect?
Next one is clear. Next one.
कौन सा next वाला?
Reaching a point to 0.8 है.
0.2 given है. बाबा 20% given तो है. करूँ मैं increase? Shall I increase? Okay. Now, if I come to my question bank, now this is the peak of difficulty. Okay, इससे ज़्यादा difficulty नहीं आएगा. What is the answer for question number 1? We have already solved. What is the answer for question number 1? This we covered. Question number 2 we covered yesterday. Help me with the answer. We covered yesterday. इसको x में डलवाया था, इसको y में डलवाया था. 9.81. Now you have to do. ये क्वेश्चन इतना बड़ा है. क्वेश्चन नंबर 3. एक मिनट करना तो वैसे ही आपने नहीं है, मैं जूम ही कर देता हूँ. पहले इतना पार्ट पढ़ लीजिए. What it is talking about, consensus means estimates. Your EPS will exceed the estimates. Your EPS will be equal to estimates. Your EPS will be less than estimates. What is the probability? 25, 55, 20. Am I clear with this part? Am I clear with this part? Now, it is given that company will cut the dividend. Okay. Now think logically. First company will report dividend or first company will report earnings. So first company will report earnings. And if earnings are very good, will company cut the dividend? Now what it is saying, if earnings are very good, probability company will cut dividend, that is only 5%. Then probability company will cut dividend given that earnings are very poor, it is it making sense? That means first company will report, second company will decide about dividends. It is conditional probability, unconditional probability. It is talking about phase number 2. Phase 1 is already given. So diagram banaiye. This is phase 1. This is phase 1.
अगर आपको रियल लाइफ में निकालना होगा तो आप किसी से पूछोगे थोड़ी इसके प्रोबेबिलिटी.
Have we covered the phase 1? Now phase 1 will have 3 outcomes. Correct? Shall I proceed? Now I'm giving you hint. बनाना कैसे मैं hint देना चाहूंगा. So how you will prepare it? There will be 3 outcomes. Correct? Now each outcome will have 2 outcomes more. Either company will cut dividend, company will not cut dividend, company will cut dividend, company will not cut dividend, company will cut dividend, company will not cut dividend. Correct? Now please extend the table. Please extend the table. Move to second phase. These are the probabilities. Move to the second phase. Company will cut dividend given that earnings exceeded consensus 0.05. Company will not cut dividend, will be 0.95. Company will cut dividend given that earnings equal to consensus equal to 0.1. Company will not cut dividend, will be 0.9. Company will cut dividend given that EPS is below point. Company will not cut dividend, it is going to be 0.15. Then move to the phase 3. Phase 3 we will have A, B, C, D, E, F. You will arrive at by multiplying all the numbers. Summation has to be 1.
सर 1 मिनट ऊपर वाला टेबल भी दिखा दीजिए।
I've given you sufficient hint. Now please help me with the answers. Help me with the answer. Help me with the answer. One answer is B. I'm waiting for more replies. Given that company has cut the dividend, company will cut the dividend in A, C, and E. Out of all three, where earnings were poor? E. So it will be E upon A plus C plus E. E upon A plus C plus E. Let me start now. Write solution to question number 3, question bank. Write solution to question number 3, question bank. Write solution to question number 3, question bank. Now, either it will exceed, it will meet, it will below. Now, what is the probability of exceeding? 0.25, point, then there will be two outcomes. There will be two outcomes to each of them. Company will cut dividend. Company will not cut dividend. Company will cut dividend. Company will not cut. Company will cut. Company will not cut. Now, company will cut given that it's exceeded. How much? 0.05. So it will be point. Then company will cut dividend if it is meeting it. Point. This will be point. Then 0.85, 0.15. Now write here A, B, C. Summation has to be. Now help me with the value of A.
0.0125.
0.0.
0.375. 237. 0.05. 0.17.
इसमें क्या लिखूं? 0.17. Please verify. Are you getting one as a summation?
Yes.
Please check. Are you getting one as a summation? Now my point is dividend cut, dividend cut, dividend cut. Please make a summation of A plus C plus E. Is it given in the question? Is it given in the question? Now, out of this, in which scenario your earnings were poor? So, right. Probability, earnings will be below. Earnings will be below. Given that company cut the dividend. This will be E upon A plus C plus E. This will be 0.17 upon 0.2375. Now answer will be 0.72 या 0.7 जो भी आ रहा था. So answer will be B. Am I clear with this? Am I clear with this? Now try to answer question number 5. What is conditional probability? Question number 5. What is conditional probability? It is asking what is phase number 2? Probability of an event given that some condition is satisfied. What should be the answer? Answer is A. Given that this event has happened. Question number 6. Question number 6. Question number 6. Question number 6. नालायक हैं, इंडिपेंडेंट कैसे कह सकते हैं? फेज नंबर 2 क्या था? डिपेंडेंट है. कैसे ए बी हो सकता है? सी भी गलत है क्योंकि वो भी डिपेंडेंट प्रोबेबिलिटी है. व्हाट शुड बी द आंसर? नाउ व्हाट टी डायग्राम सेज, either company will do this or company will do this. No two events can occur simultaneously. Now what should be the answer? They are, all the events are mutually exclusive. That means अगर वो एक की probability दे देता है 0.3, then what will be the probability of scenario 2? 0.7. They are mutually exclusive. Now one more question is there. Again difficulty level slightly higher. Again it is similar. FCF assume that these are nothing but these are earnings. Company will exceed, company will meet, company will short fall off. Okay. Now start the table. This is your phase 1. अब प्लीज दे देना, ये बिल्कुल सिमिलर है. ये फेज 1 है. Now what will happen? You will acquire the company, you will not acquire the company. तो पहले तो ये 3 डंडे बनाए, फिर हर 3 डंडे के 2-2 डंडे और बना दो. सबसे ऊपर लिखोगे probability we will acquire given that earnings exceeded. अब ये सारी probabilities given है, बिल्कुल सिमिलर है उस क्वेश्चन के. आंसर दे दीजिए आप. पहले ये वाली probabilities नोट कर लीजिए. 0.50, this is for phase 1. 0.50, 0.35, 0.15. Phase 1 is completed. Now please solve. This is your phase 2. This is your phase 2. And now please help me with the answer. It is exactly similar to the previous one. Given that acquisition happened, it happened in A, C, and E, where it was exceeded the consensus in A. So A upon A plus C plus E. चलिए. Now let us assume that, okay, now let us assume that in the examination you are not able to prepare the T diagram. Even by using logics, you can solve it. Even by using logics, you can solve it. Now, how come what I have to find out? Think logically. Probability that profits will be more given that acquisition has happened. आपने एक्विजिशन कर ली है, अब क्या प्रोबेबिलिटी है कि अर्निंग ज्यादा होंगी? नाउ थिंक लॉजिकली, प्रोबेबिलिटी हाई आनी चाहिए या लो आनी चाहिए? हाई आनी चाहिए, लो आनी चाहिए? हाई आनी चाहिए, हाई आनी चाहिए। बड़ा ही सिंपल, इन तीनों में से जो भी सबसे बड़ा नंबर होगा वही आंसर है। आंसर क्या बनता है? लेकिन ये लॉजिक एक जगह नहीं लगेगा। दैट मीन्स इन गिवन ऑप्शंस में से अगर एक ऑप्शन और होता वो आंसर नहीं होगा। अब वो एग्जामिनर क्या सोचता है? प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ अर्निंग्स एक्सीडेड कंसेंसस, तो हो सकता है बच्चा डायरेक्टली ये नंबर उठा ले। दैट मीन्स 0.4 भी क्या नहीं है? आंसर नहीं, अगर ऑप्शन होता। सेम वाइज 0.5 भी आंसर नहीं। बस आपको इतना याद रखना। फिर से, out of the given option answer will be maximum, that is 0.59. But if it is telling with any of this option 0.4 or 0.5, that means ये आंसर नहीं है, फिर नेक्स्ट नंबर इसका आंसर। अब मैं प्रूफ कर देता हूँ, हर बार लगेगा। देखते हैं एक बार, व्हाट इज द हाईएस्ट नंबर? अब एक में पढ़ लेते हैं। प्रोबेबिलिटी कंपनीज अर्निंग्स आर बिलो गिवन दैट डिविडेंड हैज कट, इसकी प्रोबेबिलिटी ज्यादा नहीं चाहिए, कम आनी चाहिए? गिवन दैट कंपनी डिविडेंड काट दिया है, अर्निंग्स अच्छी होंगी या पुअर होंगी? पुअर होंगी, तो इसकी प्रोबेबिलिटी ज्यादा। अब आप मैक्सिमम वाला रूल लगाओ, तो आंसर क्या बनता है? 85। लेकिन आंसर क्या नहीं होगा? 85 नहीं होगा। अब 85 को काट दो, फिर अगला नंबर क्या बैठता है? आंसर क्या है? 70। ये हर बार लगता है, हर पेपर में लग जाता है। फिर से तिग्रम क्या है? लॉजिक लगाना कि आंसर मैक्सिमम बनता है या मिनिमम बनता है। मैक्सिमम बनता है, आउट ऑफ द गिवन ऑप्शन मैक्सिमम इज द आंसर, तो बच्चे ने कहा 0.85। बट इज 0.85 टेलिंग विद एनी ऑफ द अबव नंबर्स? दैट इज नॉट द आंसर। देन व्हाट शुड बी द आंसर? नेक्स्ट नंबर, दैट इज गोइंग टू बी 0.72। ये भी लग जाएगा हर केस में। ठीक है, ये करना नहीं है, ये तब करना है जब आप बिल्कुल ही हार गए हो, ठीक है, और आप छोड़ना चाहते हो, तो थोड़ा सा लॉजिक लगाएंगे, देन ऑल्सो यू विल एबल टू सॉल्व इट। ओके, नाउ लेट मी सॉल्व दिस वन, प्लीज कीप ऑन हेल्पिंग मी। either it will exceed, it will equal, it will below. So exceed, meet, 0.15. Now you will acquire, you will not acquire, you will acquire, not acquire, you will acquire, not acquire, acquire, not acquire, acquire, not acquire, acquire, not acquire. Now A, B, C, D, E, F. Now what I want, क्या था? E upon क्या है? Now help me with A. Please verify all the answers. Now it will be 0.2 upon 0.2, 0.087, 0.05. What should be the answer? The answer is going to be 15. Clear है?
तो लास्ट में पार्ट पीछे तो ये कैलकुलेट कैसे कर रहे हैं?
वो ये कह रहा है गिवन दैट एक्विजिशन हो चुकी है, तो एक्विजिशन यहाँ पे हो रही है, यहाँ पे हो रहा है, यहाँ पे हो रहा है, तो A प्लस C प्लस E। किस वाले केस में अर्निंग्स ज्यादा थी? इस वाले में। क्लियर है? चलिए, नाउ गिव अ हेडिंग, portfolio mathematics, Now give a heading, portfolio mathematics. Now give a heading, portfolio mathematics. Number one, concept number one, return of a portfolio is equal to, return of a portfolio is equal to, return of a portfolio is equal to weight of A, return of A, weight of B, return of B. Weight of A, return of A, weight of B, return of B. That is, it is going to be weighted average. Shall I proceed? Next, write risk of a portfolio is equal to under root. This we covered yesterday. Weight of A, standard deviation of A, whole square. Weight of B, standard deviation B, whole square, plus 2 weight of A, standard deviation of A, weight of B, standard deviation of B, correlation A comma B. Then write covariance A comma B, or write correlation A comma B is equal to covariance A comma B divided by standard deviation of A, standard deviation of B. Shall I proceed? Shall I proceed? Now, solve question number 1. The correlation between A and B is 0.5. Correlation is given. The covariance between two security is 0.0043. Standard deviation of B is given. You have to calculate variance of A. So calculate standard deviation of A and then take the square of that value. Help me with the answer. कुछ A बोल रहे हैं, कुछ B बोल रहे हैं. ऐसे कैसे? ये बच्चे A कह रहे हैं. A B दोनों आ रहे हैं. चलिए, let me solve. I don't know what mistake you're committing. Let me solve it. Write module quiz. Write module quiz 5.1, question number 1. Now, what will be the answer? Covariance A comma B or correlation A comma B is equal to covariance divide by standard deviation A divide by standard deviation B. Now, what is correlation? 0.5. What is covariance? 0.0043. What is standard deviation of B? 0.26. So standard deviation of A will be 0.0043, 0.26, 0.5. So this will be equal to 0.03307. But this is standard deviation. What we have to calculate? Variance. Now variance of A is standard deviation ka square. If I take the square, this will be 0.00109. So what will be the answer? Answer will be A. Answer will be A. Now, help me. Have we covered yesterday this type of question, question number 2? Question number 2, what we learn? First, you have to convert the table. Please convert the table. Please convert the table. We covered yesterday. Let me help you. So first you have to start with probability 0.2, 0.2, 0.6. Then what is the probability of P? Stock P will give a return of 15%, 12%, 0%. Then what about stock Q? It will be 7%, 4%, 0%. Now help me. We need to find out covariance. Our calculator cannot find out covariance directly. We will calculate standard deviation. We will calculate R. We are going to multiply all three. Now my point is, data number 1, you will enter into calculator how many times? Question, data number 1, you are going to enter how many times? 1 time. Data number 2, 1 time. Data number 3, 3 times. Total 5 times. Again I repeat, one alternative is 2 times, 2 times, 6 times. Alternative is 1 time, 1 time, 3 times. Help me with covariance. Help me with covariance. Help me with covariance. Help me with covariance. Covariance is correlation multiplied by standard deviation A multiplied by standard deviation B. कैलकुलेटर एज इट इज दिखा रहा है 18.72. Calculator is showing exactly 18.72. Zoom students, are you getting this answer? ये आ रहा है? Zoom students, I'm waiting for the replies. All of you getting answer to question number 2? आपका आगे बेटा? Okay. In the class, how many of you are not able to solve it?
सर एक बार सॉल्व करा दीजिए. Please help me with the figures. मैम आप बोलते रहिएगा. Second data, please, 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 please. Second data, second clear work. Sorry, second data, second clear work. What is x01? 15, enter down arrow. 7, enter down arrow. 12, enter down arrow.
4, enter down arrow. But now the third line you have to insert 3 times. 0, 0, 3 times. 0, 0, again 0, 0, 0, 0. Now you have to press second stat. It should display LIN. We are dealing with two variables. If it is not, keep on pressing second enter. Now LIN. Now press down arrow. Now here you have to search for standard deviation of X, which is 6.68, stored at 1, STO1. Then standard deviation of Y, 2.85, stored at 2. And then if I further press the down arrows, R is 0.98, stored at 3. Recall 1, multiply by recall 2, multiply by recall 3 equal to. So answer will be 18.72. एक बार कर लीजिए प्लीज. चलिए. Shall I start? Okay. Now please. Now please. Now please. Next, I'm going to start with, in this chapter one topic is still pending. That is normal distribution. Okay. And we extensively use practically normal distributions into our life. Okay. This I'm going to prove. There's one theorem by the name central limit theorem. Okay. But before I proceed further, again and again, I'm repeating that Institute has increased the weightage for portfolio management. Earlier, the weightage of portfolio management was 6%. This time, the weightage is 9 to 12%. All these concepts I'm going to use in portfolio management. Here, the focus is just to calculate mathematical numbers. Here, the focus is on calculating the numbers. The interpretation is covered in portfolio management. So again, I'm repeating, next Saturday, I will take 4 lectures for portfolio management to complete in totality. You have to be thorough with first 5 readings of quants. You should be comfortable with the calculator. You should be comfortable with how to calculate covariance, correlation, both manually as well as with the help of calculators. Am I clear till this point? Am I clear till this point? Okay. Now I'm not proceeding further. Shall I start? Okay. Now I'm moving to normal distribution. And what Institute has does, they have deleted this from the syllabus, but they're asking question on based upon this concept. So they have moved this to prerequisite, assuming that you already know normal distribution. Okay. So my assumption will be that you don't know normal distribution. We are going to cover from starting. Okay. Before I proceed with that, I have given one homework. You have to complete geopolitics. Any disconnect in geopolitics? Anything that not able to understand with the help of videos? Those who have watched it? Any concerns with
Sir, 1 hour 23-minute video, right?
Yeah, it's a 1 hour 23 minutes. Correct. Okay, if there is any concern, please let me know by the next class. So if you want me to cover in the class, we can plan it accordingly. Okay. One more announcement is there. I think majority of you are not having holidays tomorrow. Meko nahi pata, but I think it's a national holiday. But in case you're not having holiday tomorrow, so we are not proceeding with tomorrow's lecture. But mark my words, on Christmas, it will be Monday. We are going to have the lecture. Okay. So ठीक है, कल का lecture अगर आप कह रहे हो नहीं लीजिए, and कल नहीं लेंगे, लेकिन Christmas वाला lecture फिर आपका रहेगा. Okay. And 10 बच्चों के मैसेज आ चुके हैं कि हमारी छुट्टी नहीं है. कोई दिक्कत नहीं, कल वाला रहने देते हैं. क्रिसमस तो सबकी होगी ना. अब क्रिसमस में तो कोई नया दर्द मत ले आना. तो क्रिसमस वाली छुट्टी ले लेते हैं, लेकिन गुरुपुरब की नहीं करते. अब अपना गुरुपुरब एंजॉय करिए. जिनकी छुट्टी है वो बंगला साहिब चले जाओ, और जिनकी नहीं है वो अपने ऑफिस चले जाओ. ठीक है. लेकिन अभी तक जो बैच का लास्ट डेट रहेगा दैट इज 31 दिसंबर. ठीक है. सो 31 दिसंबर की क्लास रहेगी, वो संडे है. मंडे आपका 1 जनवरी होगा, उसकी क्लास नहीं रहेगी, आप अपना एंजॉय करिएगा। 31st लास्ट क्लास ही रहेगा, 31st तक आपका सिलेबस कंप्लीट हो जाएगा, ठीक है। जिनके पुराने बच्चे हैं, जो नए बच्चे हैं उनका देखेंगे कब होता है, ठीक है। चलिए, नाउ राइट नॉर्मल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, राइट नॉर्मल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, राइट नॉर्मल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, properties of normal distribution, properties of normal distribution. Number one, mean is equal to median is equal to mod. Number one, mean is equal to median is equal to mod. That is data is exactly symmetrical. Data is exactly symmetrical. That is skewness equal to 0. Again, I repeat, normal distribution properties, mean is equal to median is equal to mod. That is data is exactly symmetrical. That is skewness is equal to 0. Point number 2. Kurtosis is equal to 3. Kurtosis equal to 3. Signify from the mean, if we deviate 3 standard deviation from the mean, if we deviate 3 standard deviation, probability of that range will be equal to 100%. Probability of that range will be equal to 100%. Now, write example. Suppose Virat has scored following runs. Suppose Virat has scored following runs. Virat has scored following runs: 10, 20, 20, 30, 30, 30, 40, 40, 50. Now, if I plot this on a graph paper, where my y will be frequency, where my x will be the runs. Now, if I plot this on a graph paper, it will take a shape like this. It will take a shape like this. Now, my point is, what is mean, median, mod? So all three is going to be 30. So this is my point 30. This is my point 30. Correct? Help me with the standard deviation also. So let me calculate on the Excel. हर आंसर का 14.14 नहीं है, ठीक है, चलो कोई दिक्कत नहीं. So now what will be standard deviation? So standard deviation will be right 11.54. 11.54. Okay. Now you have to create a range, mean plus minus 3 standard deviation, 30 plus minus 3, 11.54. Assuming that Virat can score negative runs also. So help me with the range. So upper range will be 64.62. Lower range minus 4.62. And what is the probability of this range? This is 100%. Am I clear? Am I clear with all the properties till now? Okay. Now, help me X frequency. What is the frequency of 10? What is the frequency of 20? 30? 40? 50? Now I want to plot this on a graph paper. So if I plot this on a graph paper, now this is known as normal distribution, where on the x-axis I have plotted the runs, on y-axis I have plotted the frequency. Am I clear till this point? Okay. Now, read this example in totality. Or before this, write one question. Example. Virat mean is 100 runs. Virat mean is 100 runs. Virat standard deviation is 10 runs. Okay? And Virat can score in decimals also. Okay. Virat mean is 100 runs. Virat standard deviation is 10 runs. Now, right? Virat career is in the shape of normal distribution. What is the probability? Virat will score less than 116.5 runs. 116.5 runs. Correct? Now, in totality, there are going to be 3 steps. How many steps? 3. Now, plot this on a graph paper and write the solution. If I plot this on a graph paper, what is the mean? 100 runs. What is standard deviation? 10 runs. Now, what I want the probability that Virat will score less than 116.5. Please draw this. What is the probability that Virat will score less than 116.5? Shall I start? Now, right, step number 1. Calculate Z score. Calculate Z score. Now, what is the meaning of Z score? How much you are deviating from mean? 16.5. 16.5. Same wise, need not to write. My fees is 200 rupees. One student is selling apples. 1 kilo apple is for 20 rupee per kilo. In terms of apple, what is my fees? 10 kilo. 10 kilo. Now help me. What is the difference between mean and the value? So the absolute difference is 16.5, but I want answer in terms of standard deviation. That means divide this by standard deviation. So how much I'm deviating from the mean? Now right. This is equal to 106.5 minus 100 divide by standard deviation. This is 16.5 divided by 10. This is equal to 1.65. How much you are deviating from the mean in terms of standard deviation? That means divide by standard deviation. So how much I'm deviating? I'm deviating 1.65 standard deviation. In absolute terms, I'm deviating 16.5. Shall I proceed? Now, right. Step number 2. Search for Z value. Search for Z value corresponding to Z score of 1.65. Now in the Schweizer, you will find one Z table. So let me show you this. Go to the last page. Now you will find this Z table. Now what value we have calculated? 1.65. So ये 1.6 है. This is 1.6. Plus how much shall I add? 0.05. Now help me where they are intersecting. Where they're intersecting. Now right. Value is Z value is 0.9505. Z value is 0.9505. Now, step number 3. Probability of Virat scoring less than 116.5 runs is equal to 95.05. Simple step है, फिर से repeat कर देते हैं. Step number 1, what do you have to calculate? Z score. Z score is nothing but how much you are deviating. 16.5. But I want in terms of standard deviation. How much you are deviating in terms of standard deviation? 1 point. Now step number 2, look for the value of Z corresponding to a Z score of 1.65. How much you will get? 0.95. Now what is the probability that Virat will score less than this? This is going to be 95%. Am I clear with this? Now right, second question. Now right, second question. Everything is same. Everything is same with respect to previous example. What is the probability Virat will score less than 125.8? Give it a try. What is the probability Virat will score less than 125.8? Perform all the 3 steps. Perform all the 3 steps. Perform all the 3 steps. This is the Z table. Okay, now let me perform it again. Step number 1, Z score. So Z score will be 128.5 minus 100. So total distance is 28.5. But I want in terms of standard deviation, this will be 2 point. 125.8. Now step number 2, search for Z value corresponding to Z score of 2.58. Not 2.5. This is 2.5. In that, how much shall I add? 0.08. Now help me where they are intersecting. Where they're intersecting. Now right. 0.9951. Now right, step number 3. Probability that Virat will score. Probability that Virat will score less than 125.8. Virat will score less than 125.8. This is equal to 99.51%. Am I clear with both the examples? Am I clear with both the examples? Now right, third question. Now right, third question. What is the probability Virat will score less than 83.5? What is the probability Virat will score less than 83.5? चलिए, मेरे को नहीं पता. What is mean? 100. What is standard deviation? 10. Now 83.5. Step number 1 is to calculate Z score. Now my Z score will be distance, but this time distance is negative. Negative 16.5 divided by. So how much I want to deviate? Negative 1.65 standard deviation. Correct? Correct है. अब बच्चे का वापस से Z table दिखाओ. Now this Z table has only value for positive. I don't want a positive one. Now I have a negative one. So we move to a negative table now. 1.65. To that shall I add 0.05. Now help me where they are intersecting. Now right. Step number 2. 4.95. Step number 3. Probability that Virat will score less than 83.5. Less than 83.5. Less than 83.5 is equal to 4.95. Now, what you have to analyze? The Z table will always give you the answer for less than part. It will always give you the answer for less than part. It will always give you the answer for less than part. Now, my point is, what is the probability that Virat will score more than 83? That is going to be 95%. What is the probability that Virat will score more than 116? Again, it is going to be 5%. Now, what you have to remember, a small point. If Z score is 1.65, probability is 95%, then what will be the value corresponding to negative 1.65? That is going to be 5%. Okay, now another question. What is the probability Virat will score less than 74.2 runs? What is the probability Virat will score less than 74.2 runs? Now you don't need any sort of table. You can answer it.
149.
Step number 1. 74.2 minus 100 divided by 10. Minus 2.58. For 2.58, we know the value is 0.995. Then for negative 2.58, it will be. Now, what is the probability that Virat will score? Virat will score less than 74.2. That probability is 0.5%. इतना clear है? Shall I increase the difficulty level? Shall I increase the difficulty level? Okay. Now the best point is, technicality is they won't give you Z table in the examination. Now, before I jump to that point, am I clear till this point? Am I clear till this point? Any disconnect? How many steps? First, you have to calculate Z. Second, you have to calculate whatever the answer you will get. This will be the probability for less than part. If you want to calculate for the greater than part, 1 minus, you will arrive at the corresponding answer. Okay. Now I'm going to prepare one table. Mark it as double star. Now write one tail. Then write two tail. Write one tail, two tail. Along with two tail, write range or confidence interval. Range और कॉन्फिडेंस इंटरवल. आप प्लीज CI नहीं लिखिएगा, आप कॉन्फिडेंस इंटरवल लिख रहे हैं. चलिए प्रोसीड. नाउ राइट Z स्कोर, Z वैल्यू significance. Z score, Z value, significance. वन टेल के नीचे 3 कॉलम है, वन टेल के नीचे 3 कॉलम है. Z score, Z value, significance. Correct? Again, there are 3 columns. Z score, we can also write probability here also, probability, significance. Now, 1.65, 1.96, 2.58. Now write 0.95, 0.975, 0.995. Now let me verify all the values. 1.65. What value we are getting? 0.9505. So what I have written? 0.95. Then 1.96. What we are getting? 0.975. 2.58. What we are getting? 0.995. Only you have to remember this much. Again, I repeat. 1.65. What is the answer? 95%. 1.96. 97.5. 2.58. What is the answer? 99.5. Now, what is the significance? Significance means what is the probability that you will lose? Here the probability will be 0.025, 0.005. फिर से एक बार रिपीट कर लेते हैं. What is the probability for 1.65? 95. For 1.96? 97.5. 2.58? Only this much you have to remember for exam point of view. What is the corresponding part? I'm not in a position as of now. Only this much you have to remember. Shall I proceed? Now write. Example. Rohit career is in shape of normal distribution. Rohit career is in the shape of normal distribution. Rohit career is in the shape of normal distribution. Rohit mean is 70 runs. Rohit mean is 70 runs. Rohit standard deviation is 10 runs. What is the probability? What is the probability Rohit will score less than Rohit will score less than 89.6 runs. What is the probability? अरे एक मिनट बाबा, सवाल तो खत्म करने दो. What is the probability Rohit will score less than 50.4 runs? First question is what is the probability Rohit will score less than 89.6? Second is what is the probability Rohit will score less than 50.4? Shall I proceed? Third, what is the probability Rohit will score between 50.4 to 89.6? I want the answers. दो. अब सुन लो, ये मानेगा नहीं कि इसने गलती करी है, देख लेना। इसने जो आंसर बोले मैंने लिख दिया, फिर कहेगा मैं ये नहीं कह रहा था। मेरे को नहीं पता। आई वॉन्ट दी आंसर्स।
95
चलिए अब मैं स्टार्ट करता हूँ। ये आंसर्स करेक्ट है। शैल स्टार्ट? शैल स्टार्ट? करेक्ट है ना? राइट ना? राइट। रोहित मीन 70 runs, standard deviation 10 runs. My first question was, what is the probability Rohit will score less than 89.6? Step number 1, Z score. Now what will be Z score? 19.6 divided by 10. It will be 1 point. Step number 2, what is the value of Z corresponding to Z score 1.96? 97.5. तो बच्चे ने क्या कहा? The probability that Rohit will score less than 89.6, that is going to be 97.5%. पहला पॉइंट करेक्ट है। फिर मैंने कहा what is the probability Rohit will score less than 50.4? तो बच्चे ने कहा स्टेप नंबर 1, Z score. Now Z score will be negative 1.96. We know the value for positive 1.96. The positive value for 1.96 is 97.5. Then what will be the value for negative 1? This is going to be 2.5. Now the probability that Rohit will score less than 50.4, this is 2.5. Now my question is, what is the probability? What is the probability Virat will score or Rohit will score between 50 to 90? So answer is, this is 97.5, this is 2.5. If I deduct, what will be the answer? Answer is 95%. Am I clear? Again, what is the probability of less than 89.6? 97.5. What is the probability less than 50.4? 2.5. What is the probability in between? This is going to be 95%. पूछो तुम।
एक्चुअली मैंने एब्सोल्यूट टर्म बता दिया, परसेंटेज कन्वर्ट नहीं किया।
फुदू बना रहा टीचर को। कुछ भी किसी को भी कन्वर्ट कर दे आंसर, तब भी कहीं से भी वो नहीं बनता 97.5।
नहीं, मैंने गलती से 0.25 लिखा हुआ है इसमें, वो 0.02
कर लो तब।
2.5।
बहुत लोगों को बना के यहाँ पहुंचाऊं, नहीं करिएगा तो ठीक है। इतना क्लियर है अभी तक? क्लियर है? नाउ लेट मी कम टू दी सेकेंड पार्ट। बिफोर कमिंग टू दी सेकेंड पार्ट, again I'm repeating, any disconnect, please let me know. This table again I'm going to use in hypothesis testing. Any disconnect, please let me know. Shall I start? तुम्हें भरत कुछ पूछना है? वैसे मैं पूछ तुमसे ही रहा था, उसने आंसर कर दिया। चलिए, now I want to create a range plus minus 1.65. I want to create a range plus minus 1.65. अब मुझे एक रेंज चाहिए। मैं यहां पे भी कुछ छोड़ना चाहता हूं, यहां पे भी। पहले मैं यहां पे एक तरफ कितना छोड़ रहा था? Now I will leave 0.5 here, 0.5 here. In totality, I'm going to leave how much? 10. Then what will be the probability of winning? 90. Plus minus 1.96. अब मैं रेंज दोनों साइड बना रहा हूं। 5, 95. Plus minus 2.58. Help me. 1. This will be. अब मेरा सवाल बड़ा सिंपल है। verify what is the probability Rohit will score between 50.4 to 89.6. How much you're deviating from the mean? 1.96, 1.96 negative. तो बीच में जीतने के chances कितने होंगे? That is going to be 95% chances that you're going to win. फिर मैंने एक और चीज बोली थी. If I create a range in normal distribution plus minus 2.58, what is the probability of winning? 99. और अगर यही रेंज में 3 पे बना दूं, then what is the probability of winning? That is going to be 100%. That means 3 standard deviation फाइनेंस में बहुत बड़ा नंबर माना गया है. Very unlikely that a stock will fall below 3 standard deviation or a stock will increase above 3 standard deviation. बड़े ध्यान से. That means if today HDFC Bank is trading at 1500, standard deviation is 100. Standard deviation is 100. Now, very unlikely is that it will cross a range of 1800 to 1200. What is the probability? The probability of your winning is close to 100%. 100%. मान के चलते हैं ये 2.58 पे है. If I take only one side, what is the probability of winning? 99.5. Then this side probability will be 0.5. What will be the probability in between? That is going to be 99%. इसलिए हम क्या कहते हैं? Always from the mean you deviate at least 3 standard deviation. अब मैं एक चीज दिखाता हूं आपको. Right, HDFC Bank current level 1532.10. 1532.10. 1532.10. Right, standard deviation 26.7. Help me with the range. I want a range at 3 standard deviation. 26.7. I want a range at 3 standard deviation. 26.7 multiply by 3. 80.1. 1532 minus 80. This will be 1450 roughly. And 1620. So 1610 approximately number. Now help me. What we are saying that HDFC from the current level can fall, but it cannot fall below. From the current level, it can increase, but it is not going to increase. Now, we simply use this numbers. Now 1450. Now help me. If you enter into this trade, you have a very good probability of winning. What is the probability? यहाँ पे probability is updated नहीं है, but this probability is more than 90%. So simply by using this numbers, we play on. Now the counter questions could be that, sir, HDFC stock prices may not be in the shape of normal distribution. एक यही doubt बनता है. In my later on lectures, I'm going to prove any data set can be converted into normal distribution. Now your counter question could, there's only one counter question. Sir, how you can say that HDFC stock price is in the shape of normal distribution? बस ये एक दर्द रहता है. I'm going to prove that any data using central limit theorem can be converted into the normal distribution. So ये data normal distributed नहीं है, but any data can be converted into normal distribution. And point to be noted, tomorrow if you want to bet upon any player, the probability that he will deviate 3 standard deviation, that is very unlikely. Okay, so whenever we bet, अगर कल को आप सटोरी बनते हो तो कोशिश करना कि किसी भी टीम पे सट्टा खेलते वक्त कितने की रेंज बनाओ, मीन से प्लस माइनस 3 स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन की रेंज आपको बनानी, आपकी जीतने के चांसेस बढ़ जाएंगे. क्लियर है? नॉट राइट, नॉट राइट. केएल राहुल, ये बच्चा लिखो केएल राहुल, उसको भी ले लेते हैं. केएल राहुल मीन, केएल राहुल मीन 30 runs, standard deviation 2 runs. Create a range that has probability of 99%. One tail, two tail. Two tail. From the mean, how much you will deviate? Now that range will be 30 plus minus 2.58 into 2. Upper range will be 35.16. Lower range will be 24.84. Please write the answer. Shall I proceed? Now prepare. Now prepare. This is 30 runs. $35.16, 24.84. Now answer all the questions. What is the probability KL Rahul will score in between? What is the probability KL Rahul will score more than 35? 1%, 0.5%. Now this has a probability of 0.5%. This has a probability of 0.5%. Again, I want to repeat. What is the probability KL Rahul will score more than 35? 0.5. What is the probability KL Rahul will score less than 24? 0.5. Now my point is, right? What is the probability KL Rahul will score less than 35.16? एक बार तीनों स्टेप से भी करके देखिए क्या सेम आंसर आता है. वो जो 3 स्टेप सिखाए थे, क्या सेम आंसर आता है? Using those 3 steps, are we getting 99.5 as the answer? $2.58 आएगा, 2.58 पे corresponding value point. So what is the probability KL Rahul will score less than 35.16? That is 0.995. But if you want to create a range, then you have to look into 2 tail. Else majority of the case we will look into 1 tail. Clear hai? Again, answer it. What is the probability KL Rahul will score less than 24? What is the probability KL Rahul will score more than 35? What is the probability KL Rahul will score less than 35? What is the probability KL Rahul will score between 24 and 35? That is going to be 99%. Am I clear? Any disconnect? Any disconnect? Okay. Now before we proceed further, help me with the name. What we written on the top? One tail. How many column? Z. Z. Then please complete it. This भाई का पेपर नहीं उसी में करवाएगा. Please complete it again. This entire table. Only you have to mug up three figures: 1.65, 1.96, 2.58. What is the first value? Help me this one. Now plus minus 1.65. ये value plus minus 1.96 plus minus 2.58. Now it will be 90, 95. Shall I proceed? Shall I proceed? Now, please answer all of them. Please answer all five. I want the answer for all five. Please mark word less than, greater than, between, and then range. I want answer for all five. Please answer it. Zoom students, please help me with the answer. First ka? Second? Third? Fourth? Fifth?
Plus minus 1 between.
So help me with the range.
1.5 plus 16.95.
Now let me solve this. Let me verify the answers. First is, what is the probability that stock will give a return of less than 16.95? Step number 1, Z score is 16.95 minus 12 divided by 3. 1.65. What is the value? So the first answer is 95. then what is the probability? It will be less than 7.05. So what will be the probability? 5%. Then what will be the probability that return will be greater than 7? 95. What is the probability? It will be in between. So 16 से कम होगी 95 है, 7 से कम होगी 5 है. So what is in between? That is going to be 90. Then I want a range that has a probability of 90. From the mean, I shall deviate plus minus dash standard deviation. Now, if you again recreate the range, you will arrive at same answer. This is going to be the most important part. Any disconnect, please let me know before I proceed further. This has not been discussed in the Schwezer. This has been deleted, but this is the base for upcoming chapters. Any disconnect, please let me know. I'm giving 2 minutes. I'm giving 5 minutes. Please revise in totality. All of you comfortable with recreating the table 1 tail, 2 tail, 3 columns? Any disconnect, please let me know. कहाँ रह गए हो? बाबा लेस देन 7 की निकालो, लेस देन 16 की निकालो, बस ऐसे ही कर सकते, सीधा नहीं निकाल सकते. लेस देन 7 की आपने निकाली 5, लेस देन 16 की निकाली 96. समझ में आता है, ऐसे ही कर और कुछ नहीं. रेंज डायरेक्टली बना सकते हैं. अच्छा, एक डाउट है, लेट मी आंसर इट. Student is asking, can I calculate this probability directly? Answer is no. You have to calculate probability for less than 16. You have to calculate probability for less than 6. Sorry, less than 7. Then you will subtract, you will arrive at the answer. But what we can do directly, that is we can recreate the range directly. Can I move to the difficult part now? आपको आ गया?
Sir,
प्रोबेबिलिटी भी शो करती है, वो बैक्ड बाय डेटा होता है या फिर डायरेक्ट ये प्रोबेबिलिटी यूज करके?
हाँ जी, बैक बाय डेटा क्या हो सकता है? वी आर डीलिंग इन स्टार्ट्स.
डेटा में हुआ एनालिसिस करके.
हाँ हाँ. यस मैम.
sir, so we saw that 3SD will give probability of 100%, right?
Correct.
But I think in yesterday's class we saw this formula 1 minus 1 upon k squared, which gave
That
us
is for any
89%.
data given set. अब एक मिनट, ये बहुत अच्छा डाउट है. एक मिनट. बच्चा कह रहे सर आप तो अपनी बात से मुकर गए. कल आपने कहा था 3 स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन डिवाइड करूंगा तो 89. आज आप बोल रहे हो 3 स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन डिवाइड करूंगा तो 100. कल टीचर ने कहा था गिवन एनी डेटा सेट. आज टीचर क्या बोल रहे हैं? गिवन दैट इट इज अ नॉर्मल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन. मैम कल हम एनी डेटा पे काम कर रहे थे, आज हम किस पे काम कर रहे हैं?
Yes,
और
sir, got
जहां
it.
जहां लिखवाना एग्जाम्पल में पहली लाइन क्या लिखवाता हूँ? assume that विराट करियर इज इन द शेप ऑफ नॉर्मल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन.
Okay, sir.
चलिए लिखेंगे सेफ्टी फर्स्ट रेशियो. राइट द फॉर्मूला एज इट इज. सेफ्टी फर्स्ट रेशियो, सेफ्टी फर्स्ट रेशियो, सेफ्टी फर्स्ट रेशियो. राइट द फॉर्मूला एज इट इज. Right, safety first ratio, this is in the syllabus. Safety first ratio is equal to return of portfolio minus target return divided by standard deviation of portfolio. Shall I start? Now, right, it is the additional return within bracket over target per unit of risk. It is the additional return per unit of risk. Help me, higher the better, lower the better. Now write, higher the safety first ratio, better it is. Higher the safety first ratio, better it is. Shall I proceed? Now write, shortfall risk. It is the risk that investor will not earn target return. It is the risk that investor will not earn target return. Higher the better, lower the better. Now point number 2. Lower the shortfall risk. Better it is. Now write a note. Shortfall risk and safety first ratio. Shortfall risk and safety first ratio always give same ranking. Shortfall risk and safety first ratio always give same ranking. Shall I proceed? Now I request, please read this example in totality. अच्छा, एक कॉमन डाउट आता है कि इफ वी गेट एनी वैल्यूज अदर देन 1.65, 1.96, 2.58, then Z table will be provided. Only you have to mug up 3 values. Please read the question. Shall I start? Now write solution to slide number 4. Write solution to slide number 4. Now just read this point and help me. What is the target return of investor? Investor is saying, I'm ready to give 1,000 rupees. I want 1050 by the end of year 1. What is the target that he wants to earn? Now right. Target return of investor 5%. Now he's exploring 2 portfolio A, portfolio B. Now what is the expected return? And what is the standard deviation? Now if I talk about portfolio A, expected return is 8, standard deviation is 10. So write here 8, write here 10. Now calculate safety first ratio. Now help me, additional return over target is divide by 10. This will be equal to, in the same manner, portfolio B has a return of, but risk is more. So 12, 15. What is the return? Excess over target, but you are taking more risk. So what is additional return per unit of risk? 0.467. Now, right, we will suggest to investor invest in portfolio B. Shall I proceed? Now, right, एक बच्चे का आ रहा है बी का 0.583. एक बार वेरीफाई कर लीजिए. सही लिखा है मैंने. चलिए, नाउ राइट, कैलकुलेट please write calculate shortfall risk of portfolio A and portfolio B. Calculate shortfall risk of portfolio A, portfolio B. Now I'm doing for A. What is the mean of A? 8. What is the standard deviation of A? What is the target? Now this probability you have to calculate. Not right. Probability that portfolio A probability that portfolio A return will be less than 5% is known as shortfall risk. Probability that portfolio A return will be less than 5% is known as shortfall risk. Now help me step number 1. Z score. What should be the Z score? What should be Z score? 5 minus divide by, what should be the answer? And the important point is, can I also write it will be equal to minus safety first ratio? Can I say that it will be nothing but equal to minus safety first ratio? Now step number 2, search for the value. Now let me show you now in this case we need Z table. I want value corresponding to minus 0.3. Now write value is equal to 0.3821. Now write step number 3. Probability of portfolio A return less than 5%. कितना हो गया? 38.21. Same wise, I want for portfolio B. Step number 1. What is Z score? Minus 0.47. लिख सकता हूं. Step number 2. Z value. Help me with minus 0.47 Z value. 3192. Now help me. What is the probability that portfolio B return will be less than 5%? कितना लिखूं? 31 point. Now my question is very simple. Which portfolio you will invest into? Which portfolio you will invest into? In portfolio A, you will not able to earn the target, probability is 38. In portfolio B, you will not be able to earn the target, probability is 32. Which portfolio you will choose? Am I arriving at the same answer? Am I arriving at the same answer? Yes. So again, I repeat, what is the meaning of safety first ratio? Safety first ratio means how much you're earning over target per unit of risk. What is short for risk? Risk that you will not be able to earn the target return. For this type of questions, we need Z table, and Z table will be provided in the question. But 1.65, 1.96, 2.58, their Z table will not be provided. Okay, shall I proceed? Now, I have one question in the Schweizer based upon the same. एक minute. Please solve last question. Last one. Threshold means target is 4%. Using safety first ratio, which portfolio you will invest into? It's a simple one. You have to calculate additional return per unit of risk. When I'm getting C as the answer, I'm waiting for more replies. Now let me calculate it. Right, module quiz 5.1, question number 3. Portfolio A, portfolio B, portfolio C. What is additional return? In portfolio A, additional return is A1. Portfolio B, 7. Portfolio C, 14. Now, what is the risk? 8, 21, 40. Simply divide. Help me with the answer. Now, where there is a higher safety first ratio, there I'm going to invest into. So, which portfolio I will invest into? The answer सही लिखा है मैंने. It will be point. So, in which I'm going to invest into, I will invest my money into portfolio C. Clear? So, with this, we have completed till. So, what we have completed? We have completed reading number 1, reading number 2, reading number 3, reading number 4, reading number 5.